Hello, and welcome to English for Everyone, where we practice real-life American English. Today we're going to learn to avoid some mistakes in pronunciation. So let's get started. First, this is not correct.
Woo! I have a fear of heights. That's called acrophobia.
The word is not pronounced acrophobia. The O in the middle does not make the long O sound like no and go. It's not acrophobia. It's pronounced acrophobia. The O in the middle is pronounced with the short sound like cup and up. Acra. Relaxed and closed. Acra. Acrophobia is the correct pronunciation, and it means a fear of heights. I don't have acrophobia. What about you? Do you have acrophobia? Very good. This is also not correct.
I'm afraid of speaking in front of people. That's glossophobia.
The word is not pronounced glossophobia. The O in the middle is not pronounced with the long O like no and go. It's not glossophobia, it's glossophobia. The O in the middle makes a short sound like cup and up. It's relaxed and closed. Glossa, the second O. Glossophobia. And glossophobia is a fear of speaking in public. I don't have glossophobia. What about you? Do you have glossophobia? Very good. But unfortunately, these two words, acrophobia and glossophobia, are not very common in conversational English. But you need to know how to pronounce them correctly if you're studying psychology or if you're teaching them. Thank you for watching, and keep watching for more.
I have searched the internet far and wide for the best English teachers so that they can also help to answer this question: how can I become a better English speaker? How can I speak English fluently? So today, drumroll, I would like to present to you 15 wonderful, incredible English teachers here on YouTube who will be helping to answer the question, how can I become a better English speaker?
First, this is not correct.
Now imagine you need a ride to the airport and you want to ask your friend for a favor. Would you say, "Can you do me a favor?" or "Can you make me a favor?" This one can be tricky, but both of them are actually correct. What's the difference? Sometimes when you use the verb make, it might sound like you're asking for a bigger favor. For example, "Can you make me a favor and drive me to the airport at midnight?" That's a really big favor. Think of it like this. If you want to make a small favor, you can say, "Can you do me a favor?" For example, "Can you do me a favor and turn off the light?" This is a small favor and it's not a big deal, right? But on the other hand, make is a bigger deal. "Can you make me a favor and pick up my dog from the vet?" This is a really big favor because you might have to take time off of work, go pick up the dog, take care of the dog, and drop him off at your friend's house. That's a really big deal.
Wait, do a favor and make a favor are both correct? No, they are not. We cannot say make a favor. We have to say do a favor. They are not both correct. No native speaker would ever say this. No native speaker would ever say, "Make me a favor." This is never correct. Let's hear that again.
What's the difference? Sometimes when you use the verb make, it might sound like you're asking for a bigger favor. For example, "Can you make me a favor and drive me to the airport at midnight?" That's a really big favor. Think of it like this. If you want to make a small favor, you can say, "Can you do me a favor?" But on the other hand, make is a bigger deal. "Can you make me a favor and pick up my dog from the vet?" This is a really big favor.
Make a favor is used for bigger favors? No, it's not used for bigger favors. It's never used. You never say make a favor. You cannot say make me a favor. It's always do. Always. Never make when you talk about favors. So remember, make me a favor is never correct. Always use the verb do. Do me a favor. Example, he helped him move, so I can say he did him a favor. He did him a favor. Pronunciation, he did him a favor. We hear with him, the H is silent because it's not a stressed word. He did him. He did him a favor. I cannot say he made him a favor. No, we have to use do in the past did. He did him a favor. Let's practice. Did he do him a favor? That's right, he did him a favor. So let's talk about do versus make. Yes, sometimes do is for general actions, like you do yoga or you do exercise. And make means to create something, like you make coffee or you make a sandwich. But it doesn't always work. That's right. Unfortunately, this rule does not always work. There are exceptions. There are expressions that do not follow this rule. Example, if I do homework, I can create a new paper. I can write a paper. It's a new creation. And we use do. So it doesn't always work. It's not a general action here. Not always. This is also not correct.
I chose the wrong decision of ordering something like a fish sandwich.
I cannot say I chose the wrong decision. We use make. You make a decision. You don't choose a decision. You make a decision. In the past, made. So it's correct to say I made the wrong decision. You cannot say I chose the wrong decision. You don't choose a decision. You make a decision. Example, he made the wrong decision. He chose the wrong one. I can say he chose the wrong one, but I cannot say he chose the wrong decision. He made the wrong decision. Let's practice. Did he make the wrong decision? That's right, he made the wrong decision. Did he choose the wrong one? That's right, he chose the wrong one. Today we're going to avoid learning complete nonsense. So let's get started.
The verb to buy can also be used in the stative form. For example, this watch buys well. I am not talking about the action of buying the watch. That just means that this watch is popular. This new restaurant buys well. They're always packed.
This watch buys well. This restaurant buys well. Don't say this. It doesn't mean something is popular. It doesn't mean anything. It's not a stative verb. It doesn't exist. That's right. It doesn't exist. Nobody says this. If you say this to someone, they won't know what you're talking about. Don't say buys well. It doesn't mean anything. This is also not correct.
However, the verb to ride can be used in a stative way, especially if you are being transported or carried. For example, the train ride was nice. Here, ride describes the state of being transported by the train, not the act of riding itself. Thanks for the ride. Oh my gosh, the car ride was terrible.
If I say the train ride was nice, or thanks for the ride, or the car ride was terrible, ride in these sentences is not a stative verb. It's not a verb at all. It's a noun. These are not examples of ride as a stative verb. These are examples of ride as a noun. It's a countable noun. You can say a nice ride, or thanks for the ride. Use the article the. These are not stative verbs. Example, if I need a ride, I can ask you, hey, can you give me a ride? These are examples of ride as a noun. Let's practice. Can you give me a ride? Thanks, I appreciate it. This is also not correct.
I love listening to music with my headphones.
Those are not headphones. Those are earbuds. There's a clear difference. Let's look at the difference. These are earbuds. If they're Apple, you can say AirPods, because that's the brand name. And it doesn't matter if they have a wire or if they're wireless. They're still earbuds. They go inside your ear. They're called earbuds. I don't wear earbuds. What about you? Do you wear earbuds? Very good. I prefer these. These are called headphones. There's a band that goes over your head connecting the speakers. These are called headphones. And I prefer headphones. What about you? Do you wear headphones? Very good. I think headphones are much more comfortable. I don't like things sticking inside my ear. That's not comfortable. This is also not correct.
I hate when they don't have any battery. Like they don't work right now, so I can't use them.
I cannot say they don't work right now. Because it's right now, I have to use a continuous action. I have to say they're not working right now. I cannot use the simple verb. The simple verb is for a routine. So remember, if you say right now, use a continuous verb, working. They're not working right now. They're broken. Let's practice. Are they working right now? That's right, they're not working right now. They're broken. This is also not correct.
So when I say the verb to buy, that is the action of me wanting to buy a new phone.
When I say the verb to buy, that is the action of me wanting to buy a new phone? This is not correct. The verb to buy does not mean I want to buy a new phone. It means I'm buying a new phone. The action to buy means you pay for something and you receive something. That's the action to buy. It's not about wanting to buy something. It's about buying something. Example, she wants to buy a new phone. She's not buying a new phone. She wants to buy a new phone. It's a different idea. Let's practice. Does she want to buy a new phone? That's right. She wants to buy a new phone. It doesn't mean she's buying it. She just wants to buy it. Now, in this example, she's buying a new phone. She's paying for it and she's receiving it. She's getting it. She's buying a new phone. Let's practice. Is she buying a new phone? That's right. She's buying a new phone. Not the same as wanting to buy a phone. This is also not correct.
I will eat and drink my meal outside the restaurant.
I cannot say I will eat and drink my meal. You can say I will eat my meal, but you cannot say I will eat and drink my meal. So what do you say? We use the verb have. Have is the verb we use when we want to talk about eating and drinking together. You can say I will have my meal. You can say I will have donuts. I will have coffee. See, you eat the donuts and you drink the coffee, you can use have for both. This is the verb we need. So I cannot say she is eating and drinking her meal, but I can say she's having her meal, she's having a meal. Let's practice. Is she having a meal? That's right, she's having a meal. And she's having breakfast. Let's practice. Is she having breakfast or lunch? That's right, she's having breakfast. I cannot say she's eating and drinking her breakfast. Use have. This is also not correct.
But before that, I need to go in line and order over there.
I cannot say go in line. We use a different verb. We say get. Get in line. We hear the pronunciation of T change to a fast D because it's between vowels. Not get in line, but get in line. We say get in line. We do not say go in line. Example, they need to get in line in order to buy lunch. They can't just sit down at the table and wait for someone to bring it to them. They have to get in line. Let's practice. Do they have to get in line in order to buy lunch? That's right, they need to get in line in order to buy lunch. This is also not correct.
The verb to give can be an action because you are giving something to somebody. You can make it available for something else.
Give doesn't mean to make it available for something else. To make it available for some other use? I'm not sure what she's talking about. Give means to give. You can say give means to make something available to somebody else, another person, but not for something else. You're not creating a different use for the thing. You're giving it. Give. Simple. Let's talk about give. I can say he gave her flowers. Pronunciation. He gave her flowers. You don't hear the H in her because her is not a stressed word. He gave her flowers. Give in the present, in the past, gave. He gave her flowers. Can I say he gave flowers to her? Sure, if you want to emphasize the person, but normally we don't. We say he gave her flowers. Let's practice. Did he give her flowers? That's right, he gave her flowers. It was her birthday. But if there's some confusion about the person, like did he give the money to me or did he give the money to him? Then we say it like this. We want to emphasize the person. He didn't give the money to me, he gave the money to him. Let's practice. Did he give the money to you or did he give the money to him? That's right, he gave the money to him, not to you. But I can also say he gave him the money. You're not emphasizing the person. You're just saying what happened. He gave him the money. We hear the pronunciation. Not him, but gave him, gave him. The H in him is silent because the word's not stressed. He gave him the money. Let's practice. Did he give him the money? That's right, he gave him the money. This is also not correct.
Escurrir, drain. I'm going to drain the towel.
It's not correct to say drain the towel. We use the verb drain in a different way. She's not draining the towel. This is also not correct.
You have to, the towel before hanging it. I have to squeeze the towel. Squeeze, yeah.
She's not squeezing the towel. She's doing something different. Let's talk about the difference. First, let's talk about squeeze. This is squeeze. But she's not squeezing the towel. She's doing this. This is different. You have to do this to remove the water. And that's the phrasal verb we're learning today. The phrasal verb is wring out. You need to wring out the towel to remove the water. Pronunciation. The W is silent, so we use the R sound. Ring. The ing makes the long E sound like green beans. So together, ring. And the ng makes the nasal sound. There's no g sound. It's not ring. Ring.
I'm going to get it back if I have to wring out every one of you like a dish rag.
Ring out. Not ring out, but ring out. Link the sounds with the ow. Ring out. Ring out. Wring out. So I can say she needs to wring out the towel because it's wet. This is a separable phrasal verb, so if I use a pronoun like it, I have to put it in the middle. I have to say wring it out. I cannot say wring out it. I have to put it in the middle. And the pronunciation, wring it out. The T in it changes to a fast D because it's between vowels. Wring it out. Wring it out. So I can say, the towel is wet, so she needs to wring it out. Or I can say, she needs to wring out the towel. Let's practice. Does she need to wring out the towel? That's right, she needs to wring out the towel. The towel is wet. Does she need to wring it out? That's right, she needs to wring it out because it's wet. The phrasal verb in the present, wring out. In the past, wrung out. We see the U making the short sound like cup and up. Relaxed sound. Wrung out. In the past, she wrung out the towel because it was wet. And if I use a pronoun, it, I have to put it in the middle. Wrung it out. The towel was wet, so she wrung it out. So in the past, I can say she wrung out the towel, or I can use a pronoun and say she wrung it out. Let's practice. Did she wring out the towel? That's right, she wrung out the towel. The towel was wet. Did she wring it out? That's right, she wrung it out. Or I can change the verb to the continuous form and say wringing. Right now, in the moment, she's wringing out the towel. Or if I use the pronoun it, she's wringing it out. She's wringing it out. The towel is wet, so right now, she's wringing it out. Let's practice. Is she wringing out the towel? That's right, she's wringing out the towel. The towel is wet. Is she wringing it out? That's right, she's wringing it out right now. So remember, this is squeeze, and this is wring out. So let's talk about squeeze. How do we use the verb squeeze? Example, you can squeeze oranges to make orange juice. If you like fresh squeezed orange juice. You can squeeze the orange, or oranges, you need more than one. You can squeeze the oranges to make orange juice. Let's practice. Can you squeeze oranges to make orange juice? That's right, you can squeeze oranges to make orange juice. Or if you want lemonade, you can squeeze lemons to make lemonade. If you want fresh squeezed lemonade. Let's practice. Can you squeeze lemons to make lemonade? That's right, you can squeeze lemons to make lemonade. Or you can squeeze somebody's hand. Maybe if you're scared. Example, the girl was scared, so she squeezed her mother's hand. Squeeze in the present, in the past, squeezed. She squeezed her mother's hand because she was scared. Let's practice. Why did she squeeze her mother's hand? That's right, she squeezed her mother's hand because she was scared. What else can you squeeze? Maybe this. This is a squeaky toy, and you give this to your dog. And when you squeeze it, or when the dog squeezes it, usually the dog bites it. That's how he squeezes it. And when you squeeze the squeaky toy, it makes a squeak. It makes that sound. That's why it's called a squeaky toy. But the verb is squeeze. You squeeze the squeaky toy. Another example. This is a stress ball, and you squeeze the stress ball to relieve your stress, to get rid of your stress. To relieve your stress. You squeeze the stress ball. Example, he's squeezing a stress ball because he wants to relieve his stress. Let's practice. Is he squeezing a stress ball? That's right, he's squeezing a stress ball. Now let's talk about drain. You cannot drain a towel, you wring out a towel. So how do we use the word drain? Well, you can drain pasta. You're removing the water. You drain pasta.
I need to drain the pasta.
Example, she's draining the pasta. After you cook the pasta in water, you need to drain the pasta. And she's draining the pasta. Let's practice. Is she draining the pasta? That's right, she's draining the pasta. Pronunciation, we see DR together, it makes the j sound, like jump and juice. J. Plus the R, drain. Other things you can drain containers, like a sink. They need to drain the sink. The sink is full of water, so they need to drain the sink. Let's practice. Do they need to drain the sink? That's right, they need to drain the sink. Or a bathtub. They need to drain the bathtub. But we don't have to say bath, we can just say tub. They need to drain the tub. Or they need to drain the bathtub. The tub is full of water and they're done taking a bath, so they need to drain the tub. Let's practice. Do they need to drain the bathtub? That's right, they need to drain the bathtub. Or maybe a pool. The pool is very dirty, so they need to drain the swimming pool. They need to drain the pool. They need to remove all the water.
You gotta drain the pool.
Now we'll have to drain the pool.
Excuse me, sir, Mr. Gatsby. I'm gonna drain the pool today before the leaves start falling in.
Mr. Gannon, will you drain the pool? We'll have to drain the pool.
Let's practice. Do they need to drain the pool? That's right, they need to drain the pool. Why? Why do they need to drain the pool? That's right, they need to drain the pool because the water is dirty. Or you can drain a battery. Imagine, you leave the lights on in your car. Well, that will drain the battery. It will take all the energy away. We use the verb drain in this case also. If you leave your lights on, it will drain the battery. You have to turn the lights off after you stop your car. So if you leave your lights on, it will drain the battery.
My car broke down and I didn't want to drain the battery and run the engine, and something's wrong with the transmission, I think. So
let's practice. If you leave your lights on, will it drain the battery? That's right. If you leave your lights on, it will drain the battery. Don't do that. Or you can drain your bank account. If you take all the money out of your bank account, we use the verb drain. You drain your bank account. Example, they bought a house and it cost a lot of money. and it took all the money out of their bank account. So I can say, it drained their bank account. They bought a house and it drained their bank account. Drain in the present, in the past, drained. Drained. It drained their bank account. Let's practice. They bought a house. Did it drain their bank account? That's right. They bought a house and it drained their bank account. And we have another phrasal verb, drain off. We use drain off when you talk about removing oil. Usually you use a paper towel. When you fry food, you cook food in oil. And when you remove the food, you put it on a paper towel. And you drain off the oil. You drain off the excess oil or the extra oil. When it's too much, we use excess. You drain off the excess oil. You don't want too much oil on your food. So you drain it off on a paper towel. When you fry food in oil, do you need to drain off the excess oil? That's right, you need to drain off the excess oil. Or I can use the pronoun it. You need to drain it off. When you remove the food from the oil, you need to drain it off. So remember, this is the phrasal verb wring out. She's wringing out the towel. And this is squeeze. He's squeezing the ball. And this is drain. They're draining the sink. This is not correct.
The cheese has gone off. It's moldy.
I cannot say the cheese has gone off. Not in America. We do not say the cheese has gone off. We have the phrasal verb go off in the past went off and gone off, but it means something completely different. It means a lot of things, and they're all completely different. So what do we say about the cheese? If the cheese is not good anymore, it's old, we say the cheese has gone bad. We do not say the cheese has gone off, not in America. So let's talk about food. If you're talking about food that is old, that's not good anymore, say go bad. In the past, went bad. Or the cheese has gone bad. And this works for any type of food that is old and not good. We have other words too, but they're more specific. For example, if I talk about milk, I can say the milk is spoiled. And if I talk about meat or eggs, I can say the eggs are rotten or the meat is rotten. But spoiled and rotten cannot be used for all types of food. Go bad can. So use go bad to talk about any old food that's not good anymore. The cheese went bad. Or the cheese has gone bad. Let's practice. Is the milk spoiled? That's right, the milk is spoiled. Or I can use go bad. In the past, went bad. Did the milk go bad? That's right, the milk went bad. Let's practice with rotten. Are the eggs rotten? That's right, the eggs are rotten. Or I can use go bad. In the past, went bad. Did the eggs go bad? That's right, the eggs went bad. Or if I talk about meat, I can say rotten. Is the meat rotten? That's right, the meat is rotten. Or I can use go bad. In the past, went bad. Did the meat go bad? That's right, the meat went bad. So we see go bad, in the past went bad, or has gone bad is the best way to talk about food that is old. Because it works on any type of food. For example, the cheese. Has the cheese gone bad? That's right, the cheese has gone bad. Now let's talk about the phrasal verb go off. When do we use it? The most common things are things that make a big sound. Like an alarm can go off. It's when it makes a sound. Or a gun can go off. It shoots the bullet. It makes a big sound and shoots the bullet. The gun fires, we say the gun goes off. In the past, the gun went off. Or if I talk about a bomb, when a bomb explodes, we use the phrasal verb go off. The bomb goes off. In the past, the bomb went off. So let's look at each one. I talk about an alarm, any kind of alarm, a fire alarm, a smoke alarm. When it starts making sound, we say the alarm goes off. In the past, the alarm went off. Let's hear some examples of the phrasal verb go off talking about alarms.
What do you mean?
Well, the alarm went off in the station the same instant the camera started.
I mean, it was like an alarm went off in my head, you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, a smoke alarm went off in one of the rooms, but the problem has been taken care of.
My assistant manager, he was assaulted really badly when the alarm went off.
Morning, the smoke alarm went off.
Let's practice. Did the alarm go off? That's right, the alarm went off in the past. Or if it's happening right now, if I hear the sound right now, I can say the alarm is going off. Let's practice. Is the alarm going off? That's right, the alarm is going off right now. Now let's talk about guns. I can say the gun went off. That means it fired. A bullet came out. Or I can say a shot. A shot went off. Again, you're talking about a gun. Let's hear some examples of the phrasal verb go off talking about guns.
Still don't think his gun went off by accident.
Somebody tried to grab the gun from me in the dark and the gun went off. Look!
Just the look on his face after the gun went off.
Then you probably went to your little sister and said, "Little sister, this gun went off by accident."
All of a sudden, the gun went off.
And when the shotgun accidentally went off.
Let's practice. Did the gun go off? That's right, the gun went off. Now let's talk about bombs. When a bomb explodes, we can use the phrasal verb go off. The bomb went off in the past. Let's hear some examples of the phrasal verb go off talking about bombs.
Oh, Christ, Sam, I opened this guy up. Looked like a bomb went off inside.
A tear gas bomb went off accidentally in one of the sheriff's cars.
Looks like a bomb went off.
You and I both know that bomb went off at the church.
Before the bomb went off.
A dirty bomb went off at the nuclear reactor.
The bomb went off in the State Department and did a lot of damage.
Let's practice. Did the bomb go off? That's right, the bomb went off. The idea, it exploded. Now let's talk about the phrasal verb go off, meaning to talk, referring to talking. For example, if we're talking and I start talking about another topic, you can say, I went off topic. I started talking about something different. We use the phrasal verb go off topic. In the past, went off topic. Example, they were talking about one thing, but then he started talking about something different, a different topic. So I can say he went off topic. Let's practice. Did he go off topic? That's right, he went off topic. Or I can say he went off on a tangent. That means he started talking about something not directly related to the first part of the conversation. And he's talking a lot. He's talking a lot, and he's getting a little off the subject. That means he went off on a tangent. Let's hear some examples of go off on a tangent.
You know, the police go off on a tangent, fly off the handle, and we're a young kid like Jay gets the idea you can't even trust the law to work properly.
Really bad thing. You just went off on a tangent about your wife slips into it.
So we see, go off on. We have two prepositions, off and on together. Go off on a tangent. In the past, went off on a tangent. So they were talking about one thing, and then he started talking about something a little different, and he was talking and talking and talking. He went off on a tangent. Let's practice. Did he go off on a tangent? That's right, he went off on a tangent. Or if somebody suddenly gets angry and starts yelling at you, I can say they went off on you. So again, we have go off on. They suddenly got angry and they started yelling at you. They went off on you. Example, he came home late and his wife was angry. She started yelling at him. I can say when he got home, his wife went off on him. She went off on him. She got angry and started yelling.
The guy you went off on yesterday made the charts.
I think you went off on the guy and buried him in the hills somewhere. Now he's...
Let's practice. What happened? When he got home, was his wife angry? That's right, his wife was angry. Did she go off on him? That's right, she went off on him. She got angry and started yelling at him. Other expressions we have using go off, you can say go off your medication or go off your meds. If the doctor gives you medication and you're supposed to be taking them, but then you don't take them, we use this expression. He's not taking the medicine he's supposed to. I can say he went off his meds. He went off his medication. Let's hear an example.
I must have gone off the Zoloft or something.
Example, he's acting strange. I think he's not taking his medicine. What do you think? Do you think he went off his medication? Me too. I think he went off his medication. Or I can say meds. Do you think he went off his meds? Yeah, I think he went off his meds. He needs to start taking his medication again. I can also say go off when I talk about this expression, go off the air. If you have a radio show or a TV show and then they stop broadcasting, they're not broadcasting their show anymore, I can say they went off the air. Let's hear some examples of go off the air and went off the air.
Who knows about crazy old hobos? Maybe they're like radio stations, picking up voices from people who've gone off the air.
Look, Norman, we go off the air at 10 o'clock sharp.
You either talk baseball or we go off the air next week.
We're gonna go off the air now.
So, example. His favorite show went off the air. He can't watch it anymore because they don't show the show. They don't broadcast the show because it went off the air. Let's practice. Did his favorite show go off the air? That's right. His favorite show went off the air. He's sad. He can't watch it anymore. Another expression with go off without a hitch. It means an event occurs, an event happens with no problems. So, go off without a hitch and went off without a hitch. You're talking about events happening with no problems. Let's hear some examples.
It went off without a hitch.
I assure you tonight's program will go off without a hitch.
I just want everything to go off without a hitch, and these guys are a little old-fashioned, so I was wondering if you wouldn't mind wearing a dress to the meeting.
The loading in France went off without a hitch, and we are now underway again.
So example, they had a wedding. It was a big event, and nothing bad happened. Everything went well. So I can use the expression, it went off without a hitch. Let's practice. Did everything go well? That's right, everything went well. Did it go off without a hitch? That's right, it went off without a hitch. So remember, if you're talking about food that's old and not good anymore, say go bad. The food went bad, or the food has gone bad. But sometimes you might hear spoiled. Example, the milk is spoiled. And sometimes you might hear rotten. The eggs are rotten, or the meat is rotten. So you cannot use go off when you talk about food. You cannot say the food went off, because we saw that go off in the past went off and has gone off can mean many different things. But it's not used to talk about food getting old. This is not correct.
Y usamos in time cuando tenemos tiempo de sobra. Por ejemplo, I'm in time for class. I can grab some coffee.
I'm in time for class. I can grab some coffee is not correct. She explained in Spanish that in time means when you have extra time, when you have free time. And that's not what it means. It has a completely different meaning. She explained in Spanish and said in time means when you tiene tiempo de sobra. Sí, hablo español también. But it's not correct. It doesn't mean you have extra time. It doesn't mean you have plenty of time. It means something completely different.
Y usamos in time cuando tenemos tiempo de sobra. Por ejemplo, I'm in time for class. I can grab some coffee.
So first, let's look at this situation. If you have extra time, if you have plenty of time, then that's what you say. She has plenty of time. She has extra time. You can say she's not running late for class, so she can grab some coffee. But don't use in time. It's not correct here. Let's practice. Does she have plenty of time? That's right, she has plenty of time. Is she running late? That's right, she's not running late. Can she grab some coffee? That's right, she can grab some coffee. So what does it mean when you say in time? In time means that you arrive at the right time for something specific. For example, he gets off work at 9:30 p.m. and he wants to watch the news, and the news starts at 10 p.m. So he wants to get home in time to watch the news. Or I can say he wants to get home in time for the news. So if you have a noun, use for the news, in time for the news. And if you have a verb, use to watch. He wants to get home in time to watch the news. He wants to get home in time for the news. Again, in time means to arrive at the right time for something specific. Let's practice. Does he want to get home in time for the news? That's right. He wants to get home in time for the news. He wants to get home at the right time for something specific. Use in time. Let's practice. Does he want to get home in time to watch the news? That's right. He wants to get home in time to watch the news. He doesn't want to be late. He wants to get there at the right time. He wants to get home at the right time. Use in time.
You're just in time for the floor show, which, as you see, is on the floor.
You're just in time for a little party game.
You listen to me. All I have to do is find the band wherever they are, find Matthew wherever he is, and get them together in time for the final show in Thunder Bay.
But we will be back in time for dinner, right?
Well, seems I got here just in time.
Well, you got here just in time.
Got to get to JFK in time for the last commuter shuttle.
No screams. Either I'm just in time, or I'm way too late.
Oh, you got here just in time.
What? Close call, folks, but I think we got here just in time.
Soon, a cadre of police will arrive just in time to kill us as we exit the church.
Are we late? Just in time.
Got here just in time for your audition, William.
Looks like I'm just in time for supper.
Yeah, would you like?
And I got here just in time to save your life. Do you think that's a coincidence?
Just in time to say grace. You're just in time to help me with these.
And it must be there in time for Christmas dinner.
Maybe if we left now, we could get there in time.
He planned it all so he could make the theater in time to strengthen his alibi if one became necessary.
And it's nice to be here in time to see the staff prepare for such a prestigious event.
I suppose we could say we were there in time to see, and then that he went after you.
Hey, Patty, I'm not going for this.
I'm gonna have you back in your little suburban house in time to see the football game on Sunday afternoon.
Said she'd be here in time to get dressed on opening night.
Jack, you're just in time to see O'Neill dance.
What happens if you don't get there in time?
You think you can get there in time?
The protection team simply didn't get there in time to stop the murder.
So we want to know the difference between in time and on time. So for a clear and correct explanation of the difference between in time and on time, and to practice more, keep watching. Welcome to English for Everyone. Today we're going to talk about the difference between on time and in time. We say on time when we talk about a schedule. If it's on a schedule and you're not late, you are on time. The meeting started at 9 o'clock. It's 9:05. They are on time. He is not on time. He's late. Let's practice. What time does a meeting start?
The meeting starts at 9.
And what time is it now?
It's 9:05.
Is he on time?
No, he's not on time.
Are they on time?
Yes, they're on time.
What time does the meeting start? What time is it now? Is he on time? Are they on time? Very good. It's 9 o'clock. He is on time, but he is not on time. He's late. Is he on time?
Yes, he's on time.
Is he on time?
No, he's not on time.
Is he on time? Is he on time? Very good. Example. It's 9 o'clock. The students are in class. They are on time. He is not on time. He is late. Let's practice. Are they on time?
Yes, they're on time.
Is he on time?
No, he's not on time.
Are they on time? Is he on time? Very good. We use in time for something specific. In time for something, or in time to do something with an action, but it's always something specific. They're not eating dinner yet. They're about to eat dinner. And the grandparents come in time for dinner, for this specific thing. They come in time for dinner. Did they come in time for dinner?
Yes, they came in time for dinner.
Did they come in time for dinner? Very good. They're not eating cake yet. They're about to eat cake. And they come in time. They come in time for cake. They got to the party in time for cake. Did they get to the party in time for cake?
Yes, they got to the party in time for cake.
Did they get to the party in time for cake? Very good. He went to the office to talk to his boss. He got there before his boss left. So he got there in time to talk to his boss. Did he get to the office in time to talk to his boss?
Yes, he got to the office in time to talk to his boss.
Did he get to the office in time to talk to his boss? Very good. We use just in time when it's exactly in time for something. Exactly in time for something or to do something. Use just. Just in time. They are about to watch the movie. And she arrives exactly in time for the movie. So she got there just in time for the movie. Did she get there in time for the movie?
Yeah, she got there just in time for the movie.
Did she get there in time for the movie? Very good. The meeting starts at 9 o'clock. He was stuck in traffic. He thought he would be late, but he got there exactly at 9 o'clock. He got there just in time for the meeting. Was he stuck in traffic?
Yes, he was stuck in traffic.
Did he get there in time for the meeting?
Yes, he got there just in time for the meeting.
Was he stuck in traffic? Did he get there in time for the meeting? Very good. So remember the difference. On time is when you're not late, when it's on a schedule. And in time is for something specific. For something specific or to do something specific. Today we're going to learn to avoid some nonsense, so let's get started. First, let's watch this clip.
Today I've got an important lesson for you about the 3 words you should never ever say or use in English. The first word that you should never ever say or write in English is, dare I even say it, it's very.
Never say very? But why? Very is a good word. People say very all the time. It's an important word. Let's hear some native speakers using the word very.
It's very beautiful and very cold, and you're not allowed to touch anything.
Very hot, very hot. Tonight is happening.
Kurt, it's about to get very cold in here.
Very hot, very sexy.
Not very well.
What is it with them?
I'm sure it'll be very hot where I'm going.
You were very hot for Allison at first.
Oh, it ended very well.
Exhibition of speed. Indecent exposure inside moving vehicle.
Hot. Very hot.
Let's watch another clip.
Here are some examples of words that you can use instead of very plus adjective. Very risky, perilous.
Don't say very risky, say perilous. But they're different. If I say something is perilous, that means it's very dangerous. If I describe an investment, I can say the investment is very risky. I cannot say the investment is perilous. It's not dangerous. It's very risky. It's fine to use the word very. It works great. It's not boring at all. Let's watch another clip.
The next one. Oh, what a terrible word. Said. Said. It's such a boring word, it doesn't tell me anything. So why shouldn't you say said? Because it's bloody boring, that's why.
Never say said. Said is a necessary word. We say it all the time. It sounds perfectly natural. It's not boring at all. Let's hear native speakers using this word.
She said he's always distracted and he never finishes his work and she wants to get him tested.
She said it was to protect us, so she could patrol things.
Which would be completely romantic and amazing, except when I asked him where he was today, he said he was hanging out with a friend.
You know, she said she's gonna raise it on her own.
He said he was gonna send her away, put
put her away. Something kept saying away.
He said you don't need experience.
I was just doing what he said.
Let's watch another clip.
Are you ready for the last word that you should never ever use? It is thing. Yep, I know. Awful, isn't it?
Don't say thing. Thing is a good word. It's a great word. When you can't remember the name of something, you say, you know, that thing I left over there. Let's hear some native speakers using the word thing.
Jerry planned the whole thing for me and Sharon and Denise.
And even if I wanted to make another go of it, which I don't, there'd always be that other thing between us.
In conclusion, stop saying these three things.
And I just did the best thing, which is get right on the muscles so they don't seize up.
I just don't want to complicate things.
Because, Rachel, if there's two things that Harvey hates, it's things being kept from him and things being kept from him.
Let's hear some advice.
Plus, you automatically sound like you know so much more English because you've got all these words that sometimes even natives don't know.
Wait a second. Why would you learn words that native speakers don't know if you're learning the language? That doesn't make sense. Learn good words. Don't learn words that native speakers don't know. Learn good words like very, said, and thing. These are great words, and don't stop using them. Keep watching for more. Recently, we made a video about the difference between made of and made out of. And we got a lot of comments, and there was a lot of confusion. So let's clear it up. So first, if you're talking about material, you can say made of or made out of. You can use either one. They're both used. Example, I can say the table is made of wood or the table is made out of wood. Both are correct. Let's take a quiz.
Let's practice. Can you complete these sentences? Number 1, what are they made of? The coat hangers. Yep, the coat hangers are made of wood. Don't forget to use are made of with plural nouns.
Do I have to say the coat hangers are made of wood? No, you can say the coat hangers are made out of wood. They're both correct. So the quiz is misleading. Let's take another quiz.
Okay, one more. What's it made of? The robot. The robot is made of metal. Excellent.
You can say the robot is made of metal or the robot is made out of metal. You don't have to say of. Of is not the only correct option. So the quiz is misleading. It's wrong. Of is not the only correct answer when you talk about material. You can also say out of. So maybe this is British. No, it's not British. Of and out of are both used in British and American English. Let's hear some examples.
The bulk of the room was taken up by 4 gilded shrines made out of wood. The shrines were each smaller than the last, and
others went for far more elaborate 3D structures, huge frameworks that could be made out of wood.
Even the water pipes were made out of wood, so those were burning too.
Coming close to release is this Max Trans freight trailer, and it also looks to be of a high standard, with all the gates being made out of metal.
So perhaps more shields were made like this than were made out of metal.
Maybe it's informal. Maybe out of is informal and of is formal. No, that's not right either. They're both just regular. They're not formal or informal. That has nothing to do with it. Let's hear some examples.
The shrine tells the story of Saint Ursula.
It is made out of wood.
You might think of this robotics, but it's very different than your normal image of human-sized things made out of metal.
One of the things I've puzzled over the most in my career is this stuff they call green design. That is an award-winning green gas station, and it's not all that green. It's made out of metal, which uses huge embodied energy.
Then you have trees like the dwarf cypress and various bonsai. They all have single trunks made out of wood, but they're short.
Holding chopsticks is a little bit like holding a pencil, except that you have 2 of them, and you kind of move them together in a pincher movement. Most of them are made out of wood. They're also made out of plastic, bamboo, jade, gold, silver.
So when I talk about materials, I don't have to say of. That's just a made-up rule. You can say out of too. And if you're still confused or you didn't see the first video, keep watching. Recently, we got a question from one of our viewers asking about this. Should it be made of or made out of? Which one is correct? because in one of our videos I said both. Let's watch. The word china refers to good dishes. Dishes made out of porcelain. And what is it made of? It's made of porcelain. So in the video I said china is made of porcelain, and then I said china is made out of porcelain. So which is correct? Let's take a quiz.
Right, let's begin with a quick quiz to see what you already know. Can you complete these 4 sentences using the prepositions of, out of, from, and with? Number 1, my wedding ring is made gold. The answer should be of. My wedding ring is made of gold.
So my wedding ring is made of gold? The answer should be of. I cannot say my wedding ring is made out of gold. I have to use of. This is not correct. Let's hear what native speakers say.
In my opinion, this ring should be made out of platinum gold.
But the ring itself I made out of wax and then I cast it.
You know, but I'd only accept a wedding ring made out of adamantium. And if you guys don't know what adamantium is, it's essentially the stuff that Wolverine's claws are made out of.
What's your favorite element? I don't have a favorite, but I'm irrationally fond of tungsten, mainly because my wedding ring is made out of it.
It looks like a normal ring, maybe a little bit bulky, but it's made out of titanium.
Let's continue the quiz.
Number 3, this bag was made recycled plastic bottles. Which preposition should go in there? Out of. This plastic bag was made out of recycled plastic bottles.
This bag is made out of recycled plastic bottles. Out of is the only correct answer? This is wrong. Out of is not the only correct answer. I can say this bag is made from recycled plastic bottles. Or I can say with. This bag is made with recycled plastic bottles. Out of is not the only correct answer. Let's hear what native speakers say.
Such as stretchy fabrics and carpets that are made from recycled plastic bottles.
And then, we've even sourced hoodies that are made from recycled plastic bottles.
And their pillows are even made from recycled plastic bottles.
First of all, this symbol doesn't mean it's made from recycled plastic.
So it looks like people just come up with rules that don't work. Let's hear some more of this. Let's clear up some more confusing information.
So let's start with the first mistake. I recently noticed that quite a lot of people like using the expression on accident. Guys, it is not correct to say on accident. It is correct to say by accident.
Both prepositions are correct. You can say on accident or by accident. Let's listen to some examples where Americans say on accident.
If we start to open up, we may start to spin on accident.
And then I think I've FaceTimed Jen Aniston on accident too.
This mystery began on accident.
You will burn yourself on accident.
This is also not correct.
Mistake number 8 is the expression to wait on somebody. So I feel like it's again because of the translation from your native language. A lot of people, instead of saying wait for somebody, right? People might want to say wait on somebody. I'm waiting on my sister. It's not correct, guys. The preposition here is only for.
Both prepositions are correct. You can say wait for someone or wait on someone. Both prepositions are correct. Let's listen to some examples.
Really? Really? It's all right, I can wait on you.
You don't have to wait on anyone to tell you that you are in this.
Don't wait on people to ask you to run.
This is also not correct.
For example, we have a word politics, and it also ends on S. Even though it ends on an S, it's actually a singular noun, right? Because of the meaning. That's why, for example, if a person were to say, I don't think politics are important, that would be wrong. The correct way would be to say, I don't think the politics is important.
First, let's talk about the pronunciation. It's not correct to say politics. There is a stress after the letter T. We pronounce the letter T as politics. politics, not politics. And now let's talk about the grammar. Politics is a special word. You can say politics is or politics are. Both are correct. Let's listen to some examples.
Politics are important.
How important do you think politics are to everyday life?
I think has just really shown a light on how important health politics are to health outcomes, to health care.
Republican governors think that politics are more important than saving money, more important than saving lives.
This is also not correct.
So in a lot of airports, sometimes you can see a sign like restroom or bathroom. Restroom is a British word, just for you to know. Bathroom is a more American word.
Restroom is not a British word. Americans say bathroom and they also say restroom. Let's listen to the examples where Americans use both words.
Meredith came to find me in the restroom.
In late December, I was going into the restroom and I slipped on water.
So the younger girl got up to go to the restroom. She put a sticky in the restroom and said, "Do you need help?"
The number of students who said, "I always use a phone when I go to the restroom," 30%. 30% of students cannot use the bathroom without a phone in their hand.
This is not correct.
Guys, you have to stop repeating these words in English. Please, don't use very, use pretty. It's pretty cold outside today.
Don't stop using very. Very is a very good word. And very is not the same as pretty. Very is more similar to really and so. They give like 100% emphasis. Very nice, really nice, so nice. If I say pretty, it's less emphasis than very. Pretty is like 75% emphasis. It's pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. Pretty is the same as quite and rather. It's quite good. It's pretty good. It's rather good. These all give 75% emphasis. Less than very, less than really, less than so. Example. Did you like the movie you saw last night? Yeah, it was pretty good. Not great, just pretty good. And 50% in the middle, that's kind of and sort of. Remember, the T in sort of is pronounced with a fast D. Sorta, sort of, sort of.
Don't use good, use decent. Yeah, this shirt looks decent.
Good and decent are not the same. I cannot use decent in place of good. Good is good, but decent is just okay. It's not really good, it's just okay. If somebody invites me to their house to have dinner and they cook for me, and after the meal I say, "Oh, it was decent," they'll be offended because decent is not good, it's just okay.
Also, another great example here is with the word maths.
This is also not correct. In America, we never say maths. Maybe in England they do, but not in America. Math is always in a singular form, math. And you use the action is. Math is not my favorite subject. Let's practice. Is math your favorite subject? Very good. This is also not correct.
Make sure to check out this playlist because I have saved a lot of videos there where I teach you the American accent in English.
Don't use hard, use tough.
We don't say hard. The word is pronounced hard. It's an open sound, R, connected to the R, like when you say car and far. Hard. This is also not correct.
This bag was very expensive. No, this bag was a ripoff.
If something is very expensive, say it's very expensive. Don't say it's a ripoff. They're different. A ripoff is when you pay too much. What you pay is more than the value of what you buy. It's a horrible deal. It's a bad deal. It's a ripoff. It's like they're cheating you. Not the same as very expensive. Very expensive just means the price is high. Example, this microphone is very expensive, but I wouldn't say it's a ripoff because it's a good microphone. Because it's a good microphone, is good quality, it's not a ripoff. It's just very expensive. You know what they say, you get what you pay for. First, this is not correct.
To lie means to put yourself somewhere in a horizontal position. For example, if you are tired, You lie on the bed. You don't lay on the bed. Or if you want to relax, you lie on the sofa. You don't lay on the sofa.
The first thing is, we do not say in a horizontal position. The pronunciation is different. We say horizontal, not horizontal. Horizontal. You can use the I sound like this is, horizontal. Or you can use the relaxed sound, horizontal. But don't say horizontal. So, in a horizontal position. And the second thing, don't say lay on the bed. Don't say lay on the sofa. Why not? It's okay. You can say that. It's okay to say, I'm tired. I want to lay down. You don't have to use lie down. You can use lay down too to express the same idea. So you can say, I'm tired. I want to lay down. Or you can say, I'm tired. I want to lie down. People say both. And I know you will find a lot of information out there telling you that it's not correct. But what really matters is, does it sound bad? Or does it sound good? And the answer is, it sounds good. It sounds fine. People say it all the time. And this kind of thing happens sometimes in American English, where we don't say something exactly right according to the textbooks, but if everybody says it, it sounds fine. It's okay. It's not wrong. It doesn't sound bad. Example, I gotta go. Well, technically that's wrong. It should be I've gotta go, because we need I have got to go. I've gotta go is correct. But Americans say I gotta go. Is it wrong? Technically. But does it sound bad? No, because everybody says it. So it's okay to say lay down and lay on the bed, lay on the sofa, to talk about being in a horizontal position. It's okay. It sounds good. It sounds fine. If this is confusing for you and you learn that lie is to be in a horizontal position and lay means to put, well, that's correct too. You can say that. You don't have to use lay to talk about being in a horizontal position, but it's okay if you do. So keep watching for a complete explanation, but first, let's hear Americans using the word lay to refer to being in a horizontal position. Examples of lay and lay down. They're not talking about put.
Lay on the floor. Face down.
Gosh, I just want to lay down for a little while.
Max, lay on the bed next to Ron.
I think I need to lay down.
I need to lay down.
You okay?
Yeah, I need to lay down. Sounds silly, but we would share a joint and lay on top of each other, fully clothed.
There in the room. You want to lay down for a while?
Well, he just laid on the bed and started sucking his thumb and wouldn't talk.
You just lay on your back and let her take out all that aggression on you.
I didn't let him. I just said, lay on the bed, face down.
I gotta lay down.
Mom, why don't you go lay down in your room?
Will you go lay down?
Like you want to lay down and die.
Why don't you just lay down and die? Ignore him, Frankie.
Why don't you go lay down? Just get some rest.
Want to lay down? Yeah.
So me and mine gotta lay down and die so you can live in your better world.
Lay down. Oh, good boy.
Sir, if you just want to lay down in child's pose.
You want to lay down? Take a quick sit.
Relax, hon. Let's go lay down a while.
I think I should go lay down in the room or something.
My dad and I used to come out here and lay down and watch the lights change.
Don't move a muscle. Lay down. Stay. Hi.
Today we're talking about two confusing words, lay and lie. In spoken English, modern spoken English, we use these two actions the same. Let's see some examples. Example, he is laying on the couch or he is lying on the couch. We use both the same. Remember, pronunciation. Laying and lying. He's laying on the couch. To be horizontal. Let's practice. Is he lying on the couch?
Yes, he's laying on the couch.
Is he laying on the couch? Very good. We can use lay or lie with down. Lay down or lie down. We use down to express changing position. If you want to change position, use down. He's tired. He needs to lie down. Or he needs to lay down. Remember, use down to change positions. You can use it for sit down or also stand up to change positions. Is he tired?
Yes, he's very tired.
Does he need to lay down?
Yes, he needs to lay down.
Does he need to lie down? Why does he need to lie down? Very good. Example, we can use around, lay around, or lie around. We use around to say he's not doing anything important. It has a negative connotation, like you don't think it's a good thing. He lays around all day. He's always lying around. What does he do in the afternoon?
He lays around doing nothing.
What does he do in the afternoon? Very good. Example, we can use lay around or lie around to talk about things on the floor with the action leave. My son leaves his toys laying around. Using lay in a gerund, laying or lying. He leaves his toys lying around. Does your son leave his toys laying around?
Yes, my son leaves his toys laying around.
Does her son leave his toys laying around? Very good. A long time ago, lie and lay were used differently, but now in modern spoken English, they're used the same. Lie and lay are used for the same thing. So we have a problem. The past of lay is laid, and the participle is laid. The past of lie is lay, and the participle is lain. We see lay and lay are the same, so it caused confusion. So now we don't use lay for the past, and we don't use lain for the participle in modern spoken English. We only use laid and laid. So you will see these words maybe in books, but when you're speaking, nobody uses them. The past is always laid for both. It's the same idea. So what is confusing is lay has another meaning. You can use lay for put. It's the same as put. The same as place. The same as set. So I can say, put the glass on the table. Or lay the glass on the table. Or place. Please place the glass on the table. Or set. Please set the glass on the table. They're all the same. But put is the most common. The others are more formal and not so common. And also, lie has another meaning. To give location. Example, the island lies off the coast. It means is. The island is off the coast. But we use lie to give location. It's formal and not very common. And a question I always get from my students when I teach this is they say, what about lie? Like he's not telling the truth. Completely different idea and different past. Lie is in present. Lied is past. He told a lie or he lied. Use the connector to. He lied to me. And the participle is lied, so it's a regular action. Lie is the verb, and the person, he is a liar. Remember, one liar. He's a liar. He lied to me. Let's practice. Did he lie to you?
Yes, he lied to me.
Did he lie to her? Very good. So remember, lay and lie are exactly the same in modern spoken English. You can say lay for put, but it's not common. It's better to use put.
First, this is not correct.
Oh shoot, I forgot my wallet in the car. You mean you left your wallet in the car? Oh yeah, when a place is involved. I left it there. I left my wallet in the car. Great job.
I forgot my phone at home. Is this a correct sentence? Well, it's not. It's incorrect. You can say, I forgot my phone. But when you want to say, where have you forgotten your phone? I mean, which place? We never use the verb forget. We use the verb leave.
It's not a mistake to say, I forgot something. I forgot something somewhere. For example, I forgot my jacket in the car. It's correct. It's what people say. Of course, you can also say leave in the past left. I left my jacket in the car. You can say both. They're both correct. To say I forgot my jacket in the car is not a mistake. It's correct. Let's hear some examples of Americans using forget and forgot in this way.
I guess I forgot it in my kitchen. I forgot it on the plane.
I forgot it at home.
You know, I was supposed to do that, and I forgot it at home.
Actually, it looks like I forgot my wallet at home, officer.
Oh, sorry. I forgot my keys inside the car. Can I go get?
You know what? I don't have any money. I forgot my wallet at the station.
Yo, Verge, we got some cookies for you from Sam. Oops, I think I forgot him back in the truck. Can you run back and get it for me?
Perhaps you forgot them in New York. Listen.
I think I forgot it at home.
I forgot it at home.
So remember, you can say I forgot my jacket in the car, and you can say I left my jacket in the car. They're both correct. Neither one is a mistake. Today we're going to learn to avoid some important mistakes. But first, let's watch this clip.
I have searched the internet far and wide for the best English teachers so that they can also help to answer this question: how can I become a better English speaker? How can I speak English fluently? So today, drumroll, I would like to present to you 15 wonderful, incredible English teachers here on YouTube who will be helping to answer the question, how can I become a better English speaker? And what's more, I have a free PDF worksheet for you with all of these teachers' tips and ideas, plus a link to their channel so that you can continue to learn more with them.
So today, with the best teachers on YouTube, you will learn how to avoid some common mistakes and speak English fluently. Let's get started.
And this is not correct.
If something is impossible to doubt, unquestionable, it is
indubitable. Subscribe to linguatrip.
We cannot pronounce the word indubitable. The word is pronounced indubitable. We have to use the oo sound like food and moon. Indubitable. Not indubitable. Indubitable. And what does it mean? It means without a doubt, for sure. Indubitable. It's not a very common word, but we have another form that's a little more common, and that's this one, indubitably. Again, we don't say indubitably, it's indubitably. Use the long oo sound like moon and soon. Indubitably, it means without a doubt, for sure, certainly. So remember, these words are not pronounced indubitable or indubitably. They're pronounced indubitable and indubitably. They're not very common in conversational English, but you might hear them sometimes. They're good to know. This is also not correct.
I'm hungry, but I still need to eat more.
I'm hungry, but I still need to eat more. This makes no sense to me. I have no idea what she's trying to say. I just know this is not correct, because it doesn't make sense. If you have any idea of what she's talking about or what she's trying to say, please put it in the comments and let me know. I'm really curious, because I couldn't figure it out. This is also not correct.
So today I want to tell you about some of my difficulties, about a few words in American English that was and sometimes still are hard to pronounce for me.
A few words in American English that was and sometimes still are hard to pronounce for me? This is not correct. I cannot use was because you're talking about a few words. It's plural. We have to change was to were. So it's correct to say a few words in American English that were and sometimes still are hard to pronounce for me. Or even better, hard for me to pronounce. But was is the real problem. We need to use were. Remember, was is singular and were is for plural. This is also not correct.
Because I hope that you understand that you wouldn't be able to speak accurately if you don't practice and just listen.
You wouldn't be able to speak accurately if you don't practice? First, pronunciation. It's not accurately. It's accurate. Accurately. We cannot use the long A and say accurately. We have to use the short sound accurate. Accurately. And keep watching until the very end to practice with these difficult words. So again, it's accurate and accurately. Not accurate and accurately. It's a short sound. Accurate and accurately. Let's hear that again.
Because I hope that you understand that you wouldn't be able to speak accurately if you don't practice and just listen.
So again, you wouldn't be able to speak accurately if you don't practice. This is not correct. We cannot use wouldn't, because after if you don't practice, this is present. If you have a present verb after if, this is a first conditional, not second conditional. We cannot use would or wouldn't. We have to use will. Will not, together, won't. So it's correct to say you won't be able to speak accurately if you don't practice. This is the first conditional. This is correct. So again, you won't be able to speak accurately if you don't practice. Let's practice. Will you be able to speak accurately if you don't practice? That's right, you won't be able to speak accurately if you don't practice. This is also not correct.
So, one of those words is comfortable. I feel myself very comfortable in this sweatsuit. I said because I want to feel myself comfortable during traveling in an English-speaking country.
I feel myself comfortable? I want to feel myself comfortable? We don't say this. We cannot say feel myself comfortable. We just say feel comfortable. We cannot use myself, yourself, himself, herself, not with feel. It doesn't work. Example, he feels comfortable in the chair. I cannot say he feels himself comfortable in the chair. No himself, just he feels comfortable in the chair. Let's practice. Does he feel comfortable in the chair? That's right, he feels comfortable in the chair. Remember, pronunciation, not comfortable, but comfortable. This word has two pronunciations. You can say comfortable, comfortable, but the most common pronunciation in America is comfortable. Comfortable. That's the way we say it. This is also not correct.
As you can see, that it spells not like it pronounces, just like many other words in English.
It spells not like it pronounces? We cannot say it like this. We have to use passive voice. So if I change it to passive voice, it's spelled not like it's pronounced. We can't say this either. We cannot put not after the action. We have to put it before. Example, it's not spelled. I can't say it's spelled not. I have to put it before. It's not spelled like it's pronounced. Again, it's not spelled. It is, together, it's. It's not spelled like it's pronounced. We have to use passive voice in this case. Example, this word. This word is pronounced Wednesday. And it is not spelled like it's pronounced. We don't say Wednesday. That's what it looks like. That's how it's spelled, but it's not pronounced the same way. So this word is not spelled like it's pronounced. Let's practice. Is this word spelled like it's pronounced? That's right, it's not spelled like it's pronounced. This is also not correct.
I was pronouncing it like literally. So can you feel the difference? Literally and literally.
Can you feel the difference? I don't feel anything. I hear the difference, but I don't feel anything because I use my ears. I have to use the verb hear. I don't hear the difference. I cannot say, can you feel the difference? In this case, can you hear the difference? Because you're talking about pronunciation and you hear it. You don't feel it. So example, I can say comfortable or comfortable. Can you hear the difference? That's right, I can hear the difference. We have two different pronunciations, and I can hear the difference. Now let's talk about feel the difference. One shirt is made of cotton, and one shirt is made of polyester. And I can feel the difference. See? Feel. I can feel the difference between cotton and polyester. I prefer cotton. Let's practice. Can you feel the difference between the two shirts? One is cotton and one is polyester. Can you feel the difference between the two shirts? That's right, I can feel the difference between the two shirts. This is also not correct.
The first thing we need to talk about is what is a phrasal verb? A phrasal verb is a verb plus a preposition, or we can call it a participle. It's very difficult to remember the different participles, the different prepositions at the end. So I recommend instead the opposite. My first recommendation is to have the same participle but a different verb. If you remember, the technique that we talked about last time was to use a phrasal verb that has the same participle. Look up, keep up, make up.
When you talk about phrasal verbs, we cannot say phrasal verbs are made up of verbs and participles. There's no participle in a phrasal verb. You can say it's a particle, but not a participle. A participle is something different. This is a participle. Example, has he eaten yet? Yes, he's already eaten. Eaten is a past participle. It has nothing to do with phrasal verbs. Or if I use passive voice, I can say all the food was eaten. Again, eaten is a participle. It's a past participle. And it has nothing to do with phrasal verbs. Let's practice with eaten. Pronunciation. In America, you can say eaten, but normally we don't. We say eaten. Make the stop T and go to the end directly. Eaten. Eaten. That's a past participle. Let's practice. Has he eaten yet? That's right, he's already eaten. So what about the food? Was all the food eaten? That's right, all the food was eaten. There's no more food. It's all gone.
This is also not correct. I cannot say on the expense of another human being. I have to use a different preposition. I have to use the preposition at. At the expense of another human being is correct. Let's hear some examples of at the expense.
It's an important part of my family's legacy, but not at the expense of people's lives.
When we put resorts near small towns, they do fine on paper, but it's usually at the expense of the businesses that already exist.
Of course I am, but not at the expense of people's lives.
First at the expense of the Hawaiians and now the Chinese.
I'm not against technology, Doctor. I'm against the men who deify it at the expense of human truth.
And at the expense of the company, enriched himself.
Not at the expense of protecting the homeland you can. Wait a minute, why is it a good thing?
So remember, we cannot say on the expense of another human being. We have to say at the expense of another human being. Remember, use the preposition at. This is also not correct. I cannot say, OMG, this is so a free content platform, not a school. Talking about YouTube. I cannot use so. Why not? Because I have a noun. I have a noun after. So I cannot use so, I have to use such. It's correct to say this is such a free content platform, not a school. I have to use such because I have platform. That's the noun. If you have a noun after, you cannot use so. You have to use such. Let's hear some examples with such a.
So Eric's not such a nice guy after all.
And he is such a nice guy.
He was pissed that there were 7 of us living in such a tiny house.
Dana, I don't think that's such a good idea.
I'm in such a good mood, I don't think even he could ruin it.
I don't think that's such a good idea. You're such a nice guy, Jay Leno.
You know, for being such a free spirit, you were surprisingly uptight.
Example, I can say the weather is so nice. Because I have an adjective nice. The weather is so nice. I don't have a noun after. I have only an adjective. So it's correct to say the weather is so nice. But what if I say it's so nice weather? I cannot say this. I have to say it's such nice weather. Because weather is a noun and it's after. If you have a noun after, you have to use such. It's such nice weather. And what if I say day? I cannot say it's so a nice day. I have to say such. It's such a nice day. And now we see the article a. It's such a nice day. Because day is a countable noun, I have to use the article a. It's such a nice day. But when I say weather, weather's not countable, so there's no article. It's such nice weather. So I can say, the weather is so nice. I can say it's such nice weather. And I can say it's such a nice day. Let's practice. How's the weather? Is it so nice? That's right, the weather is so nice. Is it such nice weather? That's right, it's such nice weather. Is it such a nice day? That's right, it's such a nice day. So remember, it's not correct to say this is so a free content platform, not a school. We have to say this is such. This is such a free content platform, not a school. Don't say this.
Memorizing words separately is worthless, to my opinion.
Yeah, burn. It's like a little negative, to my opinion. A little harsh.
That's right. Don't say to my opinion. Say in my opinion. In my opinion is correct and sounds good and sounds natural. To my opinion sounds wrong and strange and weird. You might find some examples of to my opinion on the internet, but it doesn't sound like correct English. It sounds wrong. It sounds strange. So if you want to sound correct and natural, say in my opinion. And if you want to sound wrong and strange, say to my opinion. The choice is yours. Let's hear some examples.
In my opinion, it took much longer. 9, 10 minutes.
In my opinion, you're lucky to be sitting here today.
Look, in my opinion, it can't be done.
Doctor, in your opinion, can our son lead a normal life?
What, in your opinion, is the actual problem?
In his opinion, that was those who had different colored skin, or religious, or were handicapped.
So remember, don't say to my opinion, say in my opinion. One of our viewers sent us a message asking about this difficult structure. They asked if the structure in this clip was correct. Let's listen to the clip.
Because then it's going to prevent from her to feel free when she's working on a role.
We cannot say it's going to prevent from her to feel free. We have to use a different structure. We say it's going to prevent her from feeling free. After prevent, we need to have an object. It's going to prevent her. Her is the object. Then we need a preposition from. It's going to prevent her from feeling free. After the preposition from, we have to use a gerund. That's a verb with ing used as an object. Feeling is the gerund. After from, we need a gerund, feeling. It's going to prevent her from feeling free. This is an important structure because we use it not only for prevent, but also for stop and keep. With all three verbs, we use the same structure. Example, prevent someone from doing something, or stop someone from doing something. And also keep. Keep someone from doing something. We use the same structure for all three verbs. Let's hear some examples with prevent.
I have a duty to my people, and I will not allow anyone to prevent me from carrying it out.
I'm not trying to prevent her from growing up.
I'm trying to prevent her from killing herself.
Our whole system's designed to prevent them from making contact.
What you're saying, Kevin, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's nothing to prevent her from playing, officially, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. This may prevent me from being your maid of honor on Sunday.
We should probably
prevent her from doing that.
Make sure to check out this playlist because I have saved a lot of videos there where I teach you the American accent in English.
This is also not correct.
Don't use hard, use tough.
We don't say hard. The word is pronounced hard. It's an open sound, r, connected to the R, like when you say car and far. Hard.
Also, another great example here is with the word maths.
This is also not correct. In America, we never say maths. Maybe in England they do, but not in America. Math is always in a singular form, math. And you use the action is. Math is not my favorite subject. Let's practice. Is math your favorite subject? Very good. This is not correct.
Guys, you have to stop repeating these words in English. Please, don't use very. Use pretty. It's pretty cold outside today.
Don't stop using very. Very is a very good word. And very is not the same as pretty. Very is more similar to really and so. They give like 100% emphasis. very nice, really nice, so nice. If I say pretty, it's less emphasis than very. Pretty is like 75% emphasis. It's pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. Pretty is the same as quite and rather. It's quite good. It's pretty good. It's rather good. These all give 75% emphasis. Less than very, less than really, less than so. Example. Did you like the movie you saw last night? Yeah, it was pretty good. Not great, just pretty good. And 50% in the middle, that's kind of and sort of. Remember, the T in sort of is pronounced with a fast D. Sorta, sort of, sort of. This is also not correct.
This bag was very expensive. No, this bag was a ripoff.
If something is very expensive, say it's very expensive. Don't say it's a ripoff. They're different. A ripoff is when you pay too much. What you pay is more than the value of what you buy. It's a horrible deal. It's a bad deal. It's a ripoff. It's like they're cheating you. Not the same as very expensive. Very expensive just means the price is high. Example, this microphone is very expensive, but I wouldn't say it's a ripoff because it's a good microphone. Because it's a good microphone, is good quality, it's not a ripoff, it's just very expensive. You know what they say, you get what you pay for.
Today we're going to learn how to pronounce this word correctly. Let's get started. This is not correct.
Okay, advanced English learners, let's check how advanced you actually are. Let's go. This job doesn't offer much opportunity to exercise my creativity.
It's not correct to say exercise. It's pronounced exercise. Use the long I, exercise. It can be a noun or a verb. For example, it's a good exercise, or I like exercising. Let's practice. What do you think? Do you think it's a good exercise? Do you like exercising? Good job. So remember, it's not exercise, it's exercise.
It's not correct to say this.
This job doesn't offer much opportunity to exercise my creativity.
That's right, we don't pronounce it opportunity. The TU is not pronounced with the ch sound. It's pronounced with a T sound. Opportunity. There are a lot of examples where TU makes the sound ch. Examples, adventure, furniture, nature, and natural. We pronounce the TU with the ch sound, like chicken, when there's no stress after the T. In these words, there's no stress after the T, so we pronounce it ch. Adventure, furniture, nature, and natural. But in the word opportunity, the stress is after the T. There's a stress after the T. For this reason, we cannot pronounce it ch. We pronounce it with a clear T sound. Opportunity. The stress is after the T. Opportunity. Example, there's more opportunity in big cities compared with small towns. Let's practice. Is there more opportunity in big cities? That's right, there's more opportunity in big cities compared with small towns.
So let's start with the first mistake. I recently noticed that quite a lot of people like using the expression on accident. Guys, it is not correct to say on accident. It is correct to say by accident.
Both prepositions are correct. You can say on accident or by accident. Let's listen to some examples where Americans say on accident.
If we start to open up, we may start to spin on accident.
And then I think I've FaceTimed Jen Aniston on accident too.
This mystery began on accident.
You will burn yourself on accident.
This is also not correct.
Mistake number 8 is the expression to wait on somebody. So I feel like it's again because of the translation from your native language. A lot of people, instead of saying wait for somebody, right? People might want to say wait on somebody. I'm waiting on my sister. It's not correct, guys. The preposition here is only for.
Both prepositions are correct. You can say wait for someone or wait on someone. Both prepositions are correct. Let's listen to some examples.
Really? Really? It's all right. I can wait on you. You don't have to wait on anyone to tell you that you are in this.
Don't wait on people to ask you to run.
This is also not correct.
For example, we have a word politics, and it also ends on S. Even though it ends on an S, it's actually a singular noun, right? Because of the meaning. That's why, for example, if a person were to say, I don't think politics are important, that would be wrong. The correct way would be to say, I don't think the politics is important.
First, let's talk about the pronunciation. It's not correct to say politics. There is a stress after the letter T. We pronounce the letter T as T. Politics. Politics, not politics. And now let's talk about the grammar. Politics is a special word. You can say politics is or politics are. Both are correct. Let's listen to some examples.
Politics are important.
How important do you think politics are to everyday life?
I think has just really shone a light on how important health politics are to health outcomes, to health care.
Republican governors think that politics are more important than saving money, more important than saving lives.
This is also not correct.
So in a lot of airports, sometimes you can see a sign like restroom or bathroom. Restroom is a British word, just for you to know. Bathroom is a more American word.
Restroom is not a British word. Americans say bathroom and they also say restroom. Let's listen to the examples where Americans use both words.
Meredith came to find me in the restroom.
In late December, I was going into the restroom and I slipped on water.
So the younger girl got up to go to the restroom. She put a sticky in the restroom and said, "Do you need help?"
The number of students who said, "I always use a phone when I go to the restroom," 30%. 30% of students cannot use the bathroom without a phone in their hand.
This is not correct.
Life belt, lifesaver, or life buoy.
The word is not pronounced buoy. It's pronounced buoy. Life buoy. This is not normally called a life buoy. The word exists, but it's more commonly called a life preserver. This is a life preserver. So what is a buoy? This is a buoy. Pronunciation, buoy, buoy. Make the long oo like food and moon, boo, and then have the long e like green beans, e. Together we link the sounds with the w sound. Boo, buoy, buoy. This is a buoy. And this is most commonly called a life preserver. Let's practice. What is this? Is this a buoy? That's right, this is a buoy. And what is this? Is this a life preserver? That's right, this is a life preserver. Also, don't say this.
They usually have elasticated quarters which offer a secure fit.
Don't use the word elasticated. Not in American English. We don't say elasticated. We say elastic. Example, if you describe fitted sheets, you can say they're elastic because they have elastic inside them. We use elastic as the adjective too. We don't say elasticated. Or if I describe these shorts, I can say they have an elastic waistband. I don't say they have an elasticated waistband. I say they have an elastic waistband because there's elastic inside. The shorts have an elastic waistband. Let's practice. Do the shorts have an elastic waistband? That's right, the shorts have an elastic waistband. This is also not correct.
So we say I'm in bed if we're in bed and we're under covers.
I cannot say we're under covers. We need an article. We need the article the. It's correct to say we're under the covers. We have to use the in this sentence. We're under the covers. Or I can say they. They're under the covers. Let's practice. Are they under the covers? That's right, they're in bed and they're under the covers. I know it's confusing. If I say in bed, I don't say in the bed. They're in bed. But if I say under covers, I have to say under the covers. We need an article there. It's confusing. So remember, they're in bed and they're under the covers. This is also not correct.
There's also a phrase we can use instead of saying get into bed, which is to get between the sheets. Kind of simple and logical, right?
To get between the sheets is not the same as to get into bed. Get into bed just means to get into bed. But between the sheets, you're talking about sex. It's not the same. So don't say get between the sheets unless you're talking about sex. They're very different. So say get in bed or get into bed, but don't say get between the sheets because that's different. And we're not going to practice with that one. This is also not correct.
And I usually never sleep in, and I don't even remember ever oversleeping anything.
I cannot say I don't remember oversleeping anything. When I'm using the verb oversleep and I talk about an object, I have to use a preposition. I have to use for. You oversleep for something. That means you sleep late and you miss the thing. So it's correct to say I don't remember oversleeping for anything. This is also not correct.
If you got so good night's sleep that you look refreshed and attractive in the morning.
I cannot say if you got so good night's sleep. We cannot use so in this case. Why not? Because when you say good night's sleep, we need an article, a good night's sleep. We have a noun. In this case, sleep is a noun. If you have a noun at the end, we cannot use so. We have to use such. Such a good night's sleep. Example, I got such a good night's sleep last night. I cannot say I got so good night's sleep or I got so a good night's sleep. Because we have the article, and a noun at the end, we have to use such. We cannot use so. Example, he got such a good night's sleep last night. Let's practice. Did he get such a good night's sleep last night? That's right, he got such a good night's sleep. This is also not correct.
Do you take naps, or maybe you have trouble dozing off?
I cannot say, or maybe you have trouble dozing off. First, let's talk about have trouble. We use have trouble when something is difficult. You're trying to do something, but it's difficult. That's when we say have trouble. So I can say I have trouble falling asleep because I'm trying to fall asleep and it's difficult. Now let's talk about doze off or dozing off. When you doze off, it just happens. It's not planned. You're not trying to do it. Usually it's an accident. You can't try to doze off. So we cannot say have trouble dozing off because dozing off is not something you can try to do. It's something that just happens. You fall asleep. It's unplanned. So we cannot put these two things together. It doesn't make sense. So it should be if you have trouble falling asleep. I don't have any trouble falling asleep. It's easy. I fall asleep immediately. What about you? Do you have trouble falling asleep? Very good. And if you have trouble falling asleep, tell me why. Put it in the comments. I want to know why you have trouble falling asleep. For me, it's easy. I'm tired. I fall asleep. Also, don't say this.
So when you do this, you vacuum or vacuum clean.
Don't use vacuum clean as a verb. I vacuum cleaned my carpet. I vacuum cleaned my house. Don't say this. It exists in some online dictionaries, but we don't say it. We say vacuum. Use vacuum as a verb. I vacuum the carpet. I vacuum my house. And I vacuum my house with what? The machine is called a vacuum, or you can call it a vacuum cleaner. But don't use vacuum clean as a verb. Use vacuum as the verb. I don't like to vacuum. I hate to vacuum. What about you? Do you like to vacuum? Very good. And don't say this either.
So here we would do the dishes, or do the washing up, or wash the dishes.
Do the washing up does not mean wash the dishes. Not in America anyway. Say wash the dishes or do the dishes. But don't say do the washing up. We don't use this in America. Wash up is different. Wash up is a phrasal verb that we use to mean wash your hands and face. For example, my children come in the house and I say wash up for dinner. Because they're outside playing, they're dirty. It means go in the bathroom, wash your face and hands, and get ready for dinner. Go wash up for dinner. That's how we use it here in the U.S. If you talk about dishes, say do the dishes or wash the dishes. And I don't like to wash the dishes, so I tell my kids to wash the dishes. What about you? Do you have to wash the dishes? Very good. And do you like to do the dishes? Me either. I don't like to do the dishes either. This is also not correct.
Which means to exchange old and burnt out light bulbs with new ones.
I cannot say exchange the old light bulbs. We don't use the verb exchange in this case. Exchange is a verb we use when I give you something and you give me something in return. This is a different idea. So you can say replace the light bulbs or change the light bulbs, but not exchange. We also have a phrasal verb, change out. You can change out the light bulbs. That means to replace the old ones with new ones. And when do you have to do this? You have to do this when a light bulb burns out. Another phrasal verb. When the light bulb stops working, we say the light bulb burns out. And then you have to change out the light bulb. Let's practice. What do you do when the light bulb burns out? Do you have to change out the light bulb? That's right. When the light bulb burns out, I have to change out the light bulb. And don't say this either.
Now I am going to buckle up, or I can also say fasten my seatbelt or put on my seatbelt. You could also hear the phrases strap in or belt up.
We don't use the phrasal verb belt up to talk about putting on your seatbelt. We say put on your seatbelt. Don't say belt up. People will understand you, maybe, but we don't say it. Example, as soon as I get in my car, I put on the seatbelt. What about you? Do you put on the seatbelt as soon as you get in your car? Very good. And don't say this either.
And the right way to say this would be I need to back up or I need to reverse.
Don't use reverse as a verb meaning to back up. Use the phrasal verb back up. If you need to drive backwards, the first thing you do is you put it in reverse. You put the car in reverse. You're changing the gears from park to reverse. We use the word reverse in this case. So first you have to put it in reverse, and then you back up. People don't say, I reverse my car or I reverse. No, I back up. So let's talk about it. First, you need to put it in reverse, and then you back up. Let's practice. What do you do first? Do you put it in reverse? That's right. First, you put it in reverse. And then what do? Do you back up? That's right. And then you back up. And this is also not correct.
So we can say to pass a car, to overtake a car, or to surpass a car.
We cannot use the verb surpass, meaning to pass a car. If you pass a car or if you pass anything, use pass. We cannot use surpass. It's a different idea. Example, I can say, a car passed me. The car passed me. Use pass. Don't say a car surpassed me. Let's talk about surpass. What does surpass mean? It means to be higher or greater in number. So for example, there's salesmen and they're looking at their sales numbers. I can say this year's sales numbers surpassed last year's sales numbers, meaning this year's sales were higher than last year's. That's how we use the verb surpass. Not talking about cars. With cars, you say pass. Let's practice. Did this year's sales numbers surpass last year's sales numbers? That's right. This year's sales numbers surpassed last year's sales numbers. This year, they sold more things. They made more money. This is also not correct.
And the opposite action to this one would be to pick someone up.
I cannot say the opposite action to this one. When I use the word opposite and I talk about words or meanings, I have to use a different preposition. I use the preposition of, the opposite of. So it's correct to say the opposite action of this one. Remember, with opposite, use the preposition of when talking about meanings and ideas and words. Let's talk about opposites. What's the opposite of deep? The opposite of deep is shallow. Let's practice. What's the opposite of deep? That's right. The opposite of deep is shallow. I cannot say the opposite to deep. I have to use of. Now let's talk about pronunciation. This is not correct.
And the last useful phrase I want to give you is stock up on supplies or stock up on something, which means to buy and gather necessary items in abundance.
I cannot say to stock up on means to buy and to gather necessary items. Together? Oh, she means to gather. Let's talk about the difference. If I say together, I use the short eh sound. Together, together. Eh, like red and 10. Together. But to gather, I use the short ah sound like black cat. To gather. So it's correct to say to stock up on means to gather necessary items or buy a lot of things. Example, I stock up on toilet paper. It means I buy a lot of toilet paper. Can you use gather? I guess you could, but I would use buy. If I say I stocked up on toilet paper, it means I bought a lot of toilet paper. Example, he stocked up on toilet paper. He bought a lot of it. Let's practice. Did he stock up on toilet paper? That's right, he stocked up on toilet paper. So remember the pronunciation difference. Together, together, the first one, and to gather, the second one. This is also not correct.
I, for instance, need to drop my son off at school.
Drop my son off at school? We don't say drop my son off. It's drop. We have to use the short ah sound like hot and stop. It's more open. I can't say drop with the closed sound. I have to use drop with the open sound. Drop my son off at school. My kids walk to school, so I don't have to drop off my kids at school. They walk. What about you? Do you have to drop off your kids at school? Very good. This is also not correct.
And right now we're filling up our gas tank.
I cannot say we're filling up our gas tank. Our gas tank? I think of this word, guess. It has the short S sound like bed and red. Guess. But she means gas. The sound is different. We use the ah sound like black cat. It's more open. The tongue is down in the front and up in the back. Gas tank. Not guest tank, but gas tank. They're very similar, but they're different. And it's important to know the difference because the first word is guess and the second word is gas. They're different words. This is also not correct.
We take some toys and buckets and shovels to build sand castles.
I cannot say buckets and shovels. The word is pronounced shovels. So what's the difference? If I say shovel, that's the open ah sound, like hot and stop. I need the closed sound, like cup and up. It's more closed. Shovels. We hear the sound with the first word, buckets. Buckets. That's the same sound, the in buckets. Shovels. Both words have the same sound in the first syllable. Buckets and shovels. Example, the kids have buckets and shovels. Let's practice. Do the kids have buckets and shovels? That's right, the kids have buckets and shovels. This is also not correct.
That is, unless you have a little monster who likes to destroy them.
I cannot say a little monster. A little monster? We have to use the open sound, monster. Ah, like hot and stop. Monster. Not monster, but monster. A little monster. Use the open sound, ah. Not the closed sound, but the open sound. This is a little monster. Let's practice. Is this a little monster? That's right, this is a little monster. This is also not correct.
This one can be a lounge float or a pool chair lounge float.
I cannot pronounce the word pool. It's pronounced pool. So what's the difference? I'm using the long oo sound like food and moon. Poo. Then I'm linking to the dark L, where I tense my tongue. Together. Pool. There's an extra sound there. It's not pool, but it's pool. Pool. This is a swimming pool. I live in California, and a lot of people in California have a swimming pool in their backyard, but I don't. What about you? Do you have a pool in your backyard? Very good. This is not correct.
This slushie and this popcorn is delicious. Talking about popcorn, how do you guys call popcorn in your country?
It's not correct to say, how do you guys call popcorn? And this is also not correct.
Oh yeah, they can even proofread your essay. How's the app called? I want to check it out. Hi Native. Oh wow.
It's not correct to say, how's the app called? And here's another teaching video with the title, Here's How We Call Each Finger. But it's not correct to say, here's how we call each finger. As you can see, this is a very common mistake made by non-native speakers. So how do we say it correctly? Well, if you want to know the name of something, it's not correct to say, how do you call it? We have to use the question word what. We have to say, what do you call it? We cannot use the question word how in this case.
What do you call that?
What do you call that?
What do you call it?
Then?
What do you call it? That hat, what do you call it?
What do you call it when the assassins accuse the assassin?
I'm trying to, what do you call it?
What do you call it? A fixation, psychosis? Have you thought of that?
What do you call that, a goose?
She gave it all up to live with a bunch of women and, what do you call it? A sorority. What do you call it, then? A success?
The fact that you're here and doing as well as you're doing gives me, what do you call it, a motivation, huh? To stay alive.
So let's look at the question and the answer. The question is, what do you call it? Or I can use passive voice and say, what is it called? I can also make the contraction, what's, and say, what's it called?
Oh, this one's good. What's it called again?
What's it called again?
What is it called? They even got a whole, what is it called?
So that marbles thing that you were so very smart about, what is it called again?
What is it called? The cross-country classic?
Rita, please continue your restoration using Norman's, what is it called again?
What's it called again? Shake Shack?
When you answer this question, we have to answer with passive voice. It's called.
Exactly. It's called first jumping.
It's delicious. It's called a Malaga cooler.
It's called a gravity drive.
It's called the knockout mechanism.
It's called the masses.
It's called a sandwalk.
Yes, they do, and horses and pigs and goats and sheep. It's called animal husbandry.
It's called a rock blanket.
Or if I have something in my hand, I say this. What do you call this? Or I could use passive voice and say, what is this called? And the answer, it's called a plush toy. This is called a plush toy. Let's practice. What do you call this? That's right. This is called a plush toy. Now let's practice the question. Ask me the question. Very good. This is called a plush toy. What if you have two? For example, scissors. Question, what do you call these? These are called scissors. Or I can ask the question, what are these called? Or what are they called? They are called scissors. Let's practice. What are these called? That's right. These are called scissors. Now ask me the question. They're called scissors. Very good. So when can we use the question word how? We can use how with questions like, how do you pronounce? How do you say? And how do you spell? With these verbs, we use the question word how.
How do you pronounce that one?
How do you pronounce your name?
How do you pronounce this?
And we were curious. How do you pronounce it?
Now, how do you pronounce your name?
Example, how do you pronounce your last name? I answer, it's pronounced Liddell. Let's practice. How do you pronounce your last name? Very good. And with the question, how do you spell your last name? I answer, it's spelled Liddell.
Hey, Ann, how do you spell freckles?
How do you spell zucchini?
So how you spell all these words anyway?
How do you spell buter, by the way?
Peace. How do you spell that?
Okay, and how do you spell that?
Troy.
Hey,
Josie, how do you spell ugly?
How do you spell that?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Let's practice. How do you spell your last name? Very good. Let's practice with how do you say.
I'm not so young anymore, and how do you say a little incontinent?
How do you say no? Oh my gosh.
I know. How do you say that in Espanol?
How do you say that in French?
How do you say that you're a loving person with this on my face, you know?
How do you say that?
How do you say this in your native language? Very good. Let's also look at the difference between a direct question and an indirect question. If I say, what do you call it? That's a direct question. But if I say, do you know? I have to change the structure. Do you know what it's called? I cannot say, do you know what is it called? I cannot use a question structure. I have to use a positive structure after do you know. Do you know what it's called?
I know what it's called.
I don't know what it's called.
You know what it's called?
What?
New tweeter ends.
Oh, I know what it's called, but you can't do this.
I know what it's called.
Let's practice. Do you know what it's called? That's right. I know what it's called. Ask me the question. Yes, I know what it's called. It's called a plush toy. Very good. Now let's practice the negative answer. Do you know what it's called? I don't know what it's called. Do you know what it's called? That's right. I don't know what it's called either. Very good. Keep watching to learn to avoid another common mistake with the verb call. Today we're talking about an important mistake to avoid using the verb call. I can say, what do they call him? They call him a troublemaker. But I cannot say, how do they call him? When using call, you make the question with a what. What do they call him? And also, when you use call, don't use like. They call him like that. No like when you use the verb call. So, I say, why do they call him that? Not, why do they call him like that? Why do they call him that? They call him that because he causes problems. They call him a troublemaker because he causes problems. So again, with the verb call, do not use like. You cannot say, they call him like that. You say, they call him that. Question, why do they call him that? They call him that because he causes problems. He makes trouble. That's why they call him that. Let's practice. What do they call him? That's right, they call him a troublemaker. Why do they call him that? That's right, they call him that because he causes problems. He makes trouble. That's why they call him that. So remember, when using call, use the question word what, never how, and don't put the action call with like. You cannot use the two words together, call and like. You can say speak like that and talk like that, but you cannot say call him like that. It's call him that. A common mistake I've heard from my students is this, the way how I like it. Example, they cook the food the way how I like it is not correct. We cannot put the way and how together. We have to eliminate one. So you can say they cook the food the way I like it, or you can say they cook the food how I like it. But you cannot say they cook the food the way how I like it together. You cannot use the way and how together because they mean basically the same thing. For emphasis, you can use exactly or just. Example, they cook it just the way I like it. Let's practice. Do they cook the food just the way you like it? That's right, they cook it just the way I like it. Example, she's a good cook, so I can say, I like the way she cooks. Or I can say, I like how she cooks. But I cannot say, I like the way how she cooks. I cannot use the way and how together. I have to eliminate one. So I say, I like the way she cooks. Let's practice. Do you like the way she cooks? Very good. I like the way she cooks too. So remember, you cannot say the way how. You cannot say the way how I like it. You cannot use the way and how together. You have to eliminate one and use just one. The way or how. This is not correct.
Patterns you can use to answer these questions. When talking about medications, you can say something like, I'm taking, and then name the name of medication, or I take.
I cannot say and then name the name of the medication. I cannot use the verb name with the noun name together in the same sentence. So what do we say? We have two options. You can say and then name the medication using the verb name and then name the medication. Or I can use the verb give and then give the name of the medication. These are our two options. These are correct. But I cannot say name the name of the medication. We cannot say this. So if I ask the question, can you name the medication? You say yes, of course, I can name the medication. Or if I ask you the question, can you give the name of the medication? You answer, sure, I can give the name of the medication. Let's practice. Can you name the medication? That's right, I can name the medication. Can you give the name of the medication? That's right, I can give the name of the medication. This is also not correct.
It looked just like the brand model, but it was much slower and started having problems after a few weeks.
I cannot say it looked just like the brand model. The brand model? This doesn't exist. You cannot say the brand model. Brand model does not exist. Nobody says this. So how do we say it? We say it looks just like the real brand, or it looks just like the real one. The idea, it doesn't look like a fake. It looks like a real one. So example, this is a fake Gucci purse, but it looks just like the real brand. It looks just like the real one. Let's practice. This is a fake Gucci bag. Does it look just like the real brand? That's right, it looks just like the real brand. Does it look just like the real one? That's right, it looks just like the real one. But we cannot say it looks just like the brand model. Brand model does not exist. This is also not correct.
And it focuses on emergency room vocabulary, but it is not limited to use only in emergency rooms.
I cannot say it is not limited to use in only emergency rooms. Why not? Well, we have two words. These two words look exactly the same, but they're different. We have the verb to use, making the z sound, the vibration sound like zebra, to use. That's the verb, use. And we have the noun, use. Use. There's no vibration. It's just the s sound, like stars and sleep. S, use. So again, use with a vibration is the verb, and use with no vibration is the noun. So we see pronunciation is very important. They are two different words. So if I pronounce the word use, the noun, with the s sound, I can say it's not limited to use only in emergency rooms. But if I use the verb, use, I have to change the structure completely. With the verb, I have to say it is not limited to being used only in emergency rooms. So let's practice with the easier option, using the noun use. Remember, not use, there's no vibration. Use, that's the noun. It's not limited to use only in emergency rooms. This is correct, we're using the noun. Let's practice. Is it limited to use only in emergency rooms? That's right, it's not limited to use only in emergency rooms. This is correct. This is also not correct.
And when talking about recent procedures, you can use the pattern you see on the screen.
I cannot say recent procedures. Procedures? The word is not pronounced procedures. We don't use the zh sound for the du. The zh sound is used with words like measure, treasure, pleasure, vision, division, and usual. These words have the zh sound. But procedures has a different sound. We use the hard j sound, like in juice and jump. Procedures. And why do we do this? Well, when you have du in the middle of a word, we normally use the j sound. Procedures. Let's see some other examples. Graduation, education, schedule, With all these words, the du makes the j sound. Again, graduation. We don't say graduation, and we don't say graduation. No, we say make that hard sound. Graduation. Education. Not education, but education. And schedule. Not schedule, but schedule. So again, the word is procedures, not procedures, and not procedures, it's procedures. Procedures. Example, the nurse is following the procedure. She's following the correct procedure. Let's practice. Is the nurse following the correct procedure? That's right, the nurse is following the correct procedure. This is also not correct.
One important note before we start.
I cannot say one important note. The word is not pronounced important. It's pronounced important. Important. Not R like car and far, important, but or like store and more. Or important. Let's talk about the third syllable. It sounds like important, but there's a stop T at the end. Important. Make that stop T sound, put your tongue up. Important. It's not just the N. Important. It's important. The tongue goes up and makes a stop T at the end. Important. One important note. Let's talk about the most important thing. The most important thing on your car is the engine, I think. What about you? What's the most important thing on your car? That's right. The most important thing on your car is the engine. This is also not correct.
Gear, on the other hand, is a term you'll hear more in contexts related to sports.
I cannot say more in contacts related to sports. Contacts? She means context. Context. These words are very similar. Let's take a closer look. So, not contacts, but contexts. We say in contexts. Use the short S sound like bed and red. Contexts. Contexts. In contexts. So it's correct to say more in contexts related to sports. Not contacts, but contexts. They're different. Example. He wears contacts. Or you can say contact lenses. So you can say he wears contact lenses or he wears contacts. Let's practice with contacts. Does he wear contacts? That's right, he wears contacts. He doesn't like to wear glasses. He wears contacts. Example, you need to learn vocabulary in proper context. You can't just open the dictionary and learn vocabulary. No, you need to learn vocabulary in proper context. Let's practice. Do you need to learn vocabulary in proper context? That's right, you need to learn vocabulary in proper context. This is also not correct.
Now to the usage.
I cannot say now to the usage. The usage, the word is pronounced usage. We have to use the S sound. S, no voice. S, usage. Like star and sleep. Usage. And now to the usage. Not usage. I cannot make a voice and say z, usage. There's no voice. There's no z sound like zebra. It's the S sound. Usage. Usage. Example. There are many things to work on when you want to improve your English. And one of them is proper word usage. We need to learn proper word usage. When to use the right word in the right situation. So let's practice. Is it important to learn proper word usage? That's right. It's important to learn proper word usage. This is not correct.
So for example, did you like the movie? Native speakers will usually say, did you? Did you like the movie? This j sound. This is how they would say it in connected speech.
We cannot say, did you like the movie? It's not did you. It's did you. So we pronounce the first D as a real D. Did you. The second D changes to the j sound, like juice and jump. So together, did you. Not did you, but did you. Did you like the movie? Sometimes people speak very fast and you can hear Jew. Did you like the movie? Did you like the movie? Sometimes when people speak very fast, they pronounce it like that. But the best way is did you, did you. Link the sounds. Did you like the movie?
What'd you say?
Why did you text me then?
Why did you text Renee?
What did you think was gonna happen?
What exactly did you think they were gonna do?
Did you tell the girl how you felt about her?
This is also not correct.
But sometimes, guys, you might hear people drop the K completely and say, don't ask me. And that's it. And it's completely correct. Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
When you say don't ask me, don't drop the K completely. We need to make the position of the K, but we don't release the sound. We don't say K, but we need to make the position. If I drop the K completely, it's don't ask me, don't ask me. This is not correct. I need the position of the K. Don't ask. See, my mouth makes the position of the K. Don't ask me. You don't really hear it, but you need to make that position. Don't ask me. This happens when the K is between consonants. You make the position of the K, but you don't release the sound. Example, he asked me a question. It's not he asked me a question. We make the position of the K because the K is between consonants. He asked, I make the position, but I don't release. I don't say he asked me. It's he asked. He asked me. He asked me a question.
Did you just ask me to marry you?
Then why did you ask me about it?
Please don't ask me.
Don't ask me to do that.
Just don't ask me to do it again.
So are you gonna ask me to marry you or what?
But you can't ask me to do something that I can't do.
This is also not correct.
Instead of saying the whole word, he just says I'd.
I cannot say instead of say the word. After instead of, we have to use a gerund, saying, with ing. Why? Because it's after a preposition. Of is a preposition. And after prepositions, if we have a verb, we have to change it to the gerund form with ing. So instead of saying the whole word, you can use a contraction. Instead of saying, not instead of say.
And, instead of like saying, okay, what am I doing that caused this behavior?
And instead of just saying that to you, I figured I would show you.
Why did you give a toast instead of saying a prayer?
This is also not correct in America.
It sounds exactly the same as, for example, rubbish bin.
We cannot say rubbish bin. Rubbish bin is British. Americans do not say this. Never, never, never. It's called a trash can or a garbage can. Never call it a rubbish bin.
There's a garbage can in the northeast corner.
Pick it out of the trash can.
This is also not correct.
Again, it all depends on the situations.
The word is not pronounced situation. We don't say situation, we say situ. The U is pronounced with a long oo sound. Oo. Together, situ. So the T makes a ch sound, like chicken. Situ. Situation. Because there's no stress on the U, we change the T to the ch sound. Situation. Situation. After the oo, situ, we need to link the oo with the A. So we have an extra sound. It's like a w sound, like a W, to link these two vowels. Situation. Situation.
Because the situation is even less simple than you think.
I tried you at home. Now we've got a situation here.
Don't use good. Use decent. Yeah, this shirt looks decent.
Good and decent are not the same. I cannot use decent in place of good. Good is good, but decent is just okay. It's not really good. It's just okay. If somebody invites me to their house to have dinner and they cook for me, and after the meal I say, oh, it was decent, they'll be offended because decent is not good. It's just okay. This is not correct.
If you use social media regularly, it's very easy to make it a part of your habit.
That's right. It's not correct to say it's very easy to make it a part of your habit. We cannot say a part of your habit. So how do we say it correctly? If you want to use the word part, you can say part of your routine or part of your daily routine. This is correct, but not part of your habit. Example, I want to make exercise a part of my daily routine. I can use exercise as a noun. I want to make exercise a part of my daily routine. You can also use a gerund and say exercising. I want to make exercising a part of my daily routine. Both ways are correct. Example, he wants to make exercise a part of his routine. He wants to make exercise a part of his daily routine. Let's practice. Does he want to make exercise a part of his daily routine? That's right. He wants to make exercise a part of his daily routine. What about you? Is exercise a part of your daily routine? Very good. Exercise is a part of my daily routine. Not really. So can I use habit in this situation? Yes, but I cannot say make it a part of your habit. You can say make it a habit. Make it a habit, but no part. So example, the employee comes to work late and the boss is angry. The boss is not happy. The employee apologizes. He says he's sorry, and the boss says, don't make it a habit. Like don't do it again, over and over again. Don't make it a habit. So the boss told him not to make it a habit. If I explain when someone says don't make it a habit, I explain with not to. The boss told him not to make it a habit. Let's practice. He was late for work. What did his boss tell him? That's right. His boss told him not to make it a habit. So remember the two forms that are correct. If you say make it a part, you have to say routine. Make it a part of your routine. Or even better, make it a part of your daily routine. If you use habit, you cannot say part. You say make it a habit. Make it a habit. First, this is not correct.
But because today is 20 degrees Fahrenheit, the snow is sticking to the ground.
I cannot say today is 20 degrees Fahrenheit. When I talk about temperature, I have to use the pronoun it. Today, it is 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Or I can make the contraction it's. Today, it's 20 degrees Fahrenheit. So today, it's cold. It's really cold. It's 20 degrees Fahrenheit. That's below freezing. Let's practice. Is it cold? Is it 20 degrees Fahrenheit? That's right, it's 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that below freezing? That's right, that's below freezing. This is also not correct.
Therefore, it's very hard to tell what is the sidewalk versus what is the ground.
We don't say it's hard to tell what is the sidewalk versus what is the ground. What is the sidewalk is a direct question. We can't use a direct question here. We use whether. It's hard to tell whether it's the ground or the sidewalk. So you see the snow on the ground, and it's hard to tell whether it's the sidewalk or it's the ground. Let's practice. Is it hard to tell whether it's the sidewalk or the ground? That's right, it's hard to tell whether it's the sidewalk or the ground. This is also not correct.
Because when it snows, it may turn the road to ice.
We don't say when it snows, it may turn the road to ice. We can change it and say the road may turn icy. After turn, we need an adjective. The road doesn't turn to ice. We cannot say it may turn the road to ice, but we can say the road or the roads may turn icy. Use the adjective icy. Let's practice. What do you think? Do you think the road may turn icy? That's right, the road may turn icy. This is also not correct.
The car may skid off the road, and I don't like that happening.
We don't say the car may skid off the road, and I don't like that happening. We say, I wouldn't like that to happen. We use to plus a simple verb, to happen. The car may skid off the road, and I wouldn't like that to happen. Let's practice. So, the car may skid off the road. Would you like that to happen? That's right. I wouldn't like that to happen either. This is also not correct.
When it snows outside, it can be pretty annoying, especially when you drive, because when you get in the car, you'll be carrying all the snow and all the ice inside the car.
We don't say, when you get in the car, you'll be carrying all the snow and all the ice inside the car. In this case, we don't say carry. We use a different verb. We say track. When you get in the car, you'll be tracking all the snow and all the ice in the car. Example, he's tracking mud in the house. So you don't want to track snow in your car. We don't use carry in this case. We use track. Let's practice. Is he tracking mud in the house? That's right, he's tracking mud in the house. This is also not correct.
People put salt on the stairs or on the ground to prevent people from slipping and falling. Now I have this container full of salt and I'm going to put it on the ground. And you might be wondering, what type of salt do you use on the ground? Well, you can use table salt that's inside your house.
We don't say salts. We don't put an S on the word salt. It's singular and it's not countable. Use salt. Never say salts. Always use it in a singular form. So they put salt on the ground to melt the ice. That's why they do it. Let's practice. Why do they put salt on the ground? That's right, they put salt on the ground to melt the ice. This is also not correct.
What happens if you forgot to put salt on the ground?
I cannot say, what happens if you forgot to put salt on the ground? After if, I cannot use a past action, because this is real. This is something real. We have to say, what happens if you forget? This is also not correct.
You can tell how cold it is just through my breath. Look.
I cannot say you can tell how cold it is just through my breath. I cannot use the preposition through. I use the preposition from. You can tell how cold it is just from my breath, from looking at my breath, not through. You can also use by. You can tell how cold it is by looking at her breath, or from. You can tell how cold it is from looking at her breath, but don't use through. Let's practice. Can you tell how cold it is by looking at her breath? That's right. You can tell how cold it is by looking at her breath. This is also not correct.
This snow has not been touched, and to make one, you will lay down on the snow.
We don't say on the snow. We say in the snow. You walk in the snow, you sit in the snow, you lay in the snow, but not on the snow. Example, he's walking in the snow. Or they're lying. They're lying in the snow. Let's practice. Is he walking in the snow? That's right, he's walking in the snow, not on the snow. Are they laying in the snow? That's right, they're laying in the snow. So keep watching to continue practicing and to learn to avoid more mistakes. This is not correct.
And you can start designing. You can literally build your dream kitchen on this computer and visualize how it will look like.
I cannot say visualize how it will look like. Why not? If you use how, you cannot use the word like together. In this way, you cannot say visualize how it will look like. So how do you say it correctly? Well, we have two options. One option is to change how to the question word what. Visualize what it will look like. Or I can use how and eliminate like. Visualize how it will look, but not visualize how it will look like. We cannot use how and like together in this sentence. So imagine your perfect house. Can you visualize how it will look? Me too. I can visualize how it will look. Can you visualize what it will look like? Me too. I can visualize what it will look like. So remember, don't use how with like together. Example, we can't say how is it like. We say what is it like. We cannot say how does it look like or how does it sound like. It's just how does it look or how does it sound. Or you can change to what and say what does it look like or what does it sound like. Just don't use how with like. Also, don't combine the way and how. You cannot say I like the way how it looks. Just say, I like the way it looks. So keep watching to practice more so you can learn to avoid these common mistakes. This is not correct.
Usamos above cuando no hay movimiento. Por ejemplo, I'm above the table.
She's not above the table. Her feet are touching the table, so we cannot use above in this case. We use on. She's on the table. She's not above the table. We use above in different situations, not this one. Let's practice. Is she above the table or is she on the table? That's right, she's on the table. This is also not correct.
Hola, soy Arianita. ¿Sabes cómo buscar trabajo en inglés? Acompáñame. Hi, are there any positions right now to work?
Absolutely.
You do not ask the question, are there any positions right now to work? Are there any positions to work? We do not ask the question like this. We say, are there any positions available right now? Again, are there any positions available right now? We don't use to work. We use available. And we put right now at the end of the question. Question, are there any positions available right now? And the answer is yes. There are some positions available right now. Let's practice. Are there any positions available right now? That's right, there are some positions available right now. Let's practice the question. Ask me the question. Yes, there are some positions available right now. Very good. This is also not correct. I cannot say, let me know down below what was your favorite part of the video. If I make this one long question, I have to switch was and use a positive structure. It's correct to say, let me know down below what your favorite part of the video was. We have to put was after the subject. If you put was before the subject, then it's a question. But this is not a question. We have to use a positive structure. Let me know down below what your favorite part of the video was. If I ask a direct question and I start the question with what, then I can use the question structure. What was your favorite part of the video? That's a direct question and that is correct. So let me know in the comments below what the favorite part of this video was. This is not correct.
Next, I'm going to tap the beverages menu. And as you can see, you can order a lot of beverages or soft drinks.
I cannot say beverages menu. In this case, the word beverage is an adjective, so it has to be in a singular form. Beverage menu. This is a beverage menu. It's a menu of different drinks. Beverage is an adjective, so it has to be in a singular form. Example, I want to look at the beverage menu. What about you? Do you want to look at the beverage menu? Another example, dessert menu. We cannot put S on it and say desserts menu because it's an adjective. You have to use the singular form dessert. The dessert menu or a dessert menu. A dessert menu is one in general, and the dessert menu is the specific one for that restaurant. So example, I can tell the waiter, I want to look at the dessert menu. Let's practice. Do you want to look at the dessert menu? That's right, I want to look at the dessert menu. Very good. This is also not correct.
So let's go ahead and scroll down. They have Coke products, Sprite, Fanta. They have some iced root beer. Here at McDonald's, they have Coke products. They have Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, Fanta, root beer.
In America, we do not pronounce the word Fanta. It is pronounced Fanta. Fanta. Use the short A sound. Before the N, it changes a little bit. It becomes a little more nasal in your nose. Fanta. Fanta. What about the T? Well, when you have NT between vowels, you don't really hear the T. Like 20 and center. And this word too. It's more common to hear Fanta than Fanta. Both are correct, but usually we don't pronounce the T. Fanta. And we never say Fanta. Never. I don't like orange Fanta. I think it's too sweet. It has too much sugar. What about you? Do you like orange Fanta? Very good. This is also not correct.
Now I'm going to go ahead and make a line at the registers to order my food there.
I cannot say I'm going to go ahead and make a line. We cannot use make a line in this case. We say, I'm going to go stand in line, or get in line, or wait in line, but not make a line. When can we use make a line? When you have more than one person, for example, a teacher is talking to a group of children, and the teacher says, okay, everybody, make a line. It takes many people to make a line. But if you're talking about yourself, I'm going to go stand in line, I'm going to go wait in line, or I'm going to go get in line, not make. Example, he's going to go get in line, not make a line, get in line. Let's practice. What is he going to do? Is he going to get in line? That's right, he's going to get in line. Also, we see that there's no the. You don't say get in the line, wait in the line, or stand in the line. There's no the. Keep watching until the end of this video to practice with the word line and how to use it correctly. This is also not correct.
Now I'm going to order some food with the menu.
We don't say, I'm going to order some food with the menu. We use a different preposition. We use the preposition from the menu. So it's correct to say, I'm going to order some food from the menu, not with the menu. It's not you and the menu together ordering food. You order food from a menu. In this case, from the menu. It's a specific menu at a specific place. She's going to order some food from the menu. Let's practice. Is she going to order some food from the menu? That's right. She's going to order some food from the menu, not with the menu. This is also not correct.
After finishing my meal, now I have some taste for dessert. So I'm going to order myself a frappe.
We don't say I have some taste for dessert. It's possible to use taste in a countable way and say I have a taste for dessert, but it's not common. And we cannot use some. We cannot say I have some taste for dessert. It's only used as a countable noun, but again, it's not common. So what do you say? People say I have a craving for dessert, or maybe I have room for dessert, but not some taste for dessert. Example, I have some room for dessert. Some space in my stomach. We say room. I have some room for dessert. Do you have any room for dessert? Very good. Or we can use craving. I have a craving for dessert. Do you have a craving for dessert? Very good. This is also not correct.
And it's called drive-through because you need a car and you drive through it in a lane. And in some Latin American countries, drive-through is called automac. In other fast food restaurants, like the one next to me, Arby's, it's the same thing. It's called drive-through.
I cannot say it's called drive-through. Drive-through is a countable noun, so I have to use an article, a drive-through. It's correct to say it's called a drive-through. You can also use the article the drive-through for a specific one. Example, I don't like to use the drive-through at this restaurant. It takes too long. And it's called a drive-through. Let's practice. Do you like to use the drive-through? Very good. Let's practice. What is it called? Is it called a drive-through? That's right, it's called a drive-through. We have to use an article. This is also not correct. How do you call drive-through in your country? First, remember, drive-through is countable. So it's a drive-through. And how do you call? We cannot say how do you call. When asking a question like this, and you use the verb call, we cannot use how. We have to use what. What do you call? The correct question is, what do you call a drive-through in your country? We have to use the question word what, and we have to use an article for drive-through, a drive-through. What do you call a drive-through in your country? I cannot say how do you call drive-through in your country. It's not right. So let me know in the comments, what do you call a drive-through in your country? Put it in the comments. And keep watching for a complete explanation of why we say what do you call and not how do you call, and to practice more. Keep watching to practice more. This is not correct.
And then after pouring that champagne glass, I would go next to my friend or family member and I would cheers them.
It's not correct to say, I would go next to my friend or family member and I would cheers them. Cheers is not a verb. It cannot be used as a verb. Cheers is what you say. You raise your glass and you say cheers. So what's the verb? You can say, have a toast. Have a toast with somebody. You raise your glass, you say something, and you have a toast with someone. You cannot cheers somebody. So you can say, I would have a toast with them. The first part, I would go next to my friend or family member. I guess it's correct, but it sounds strange. I would say walk up to. I would walk up to my friend or family member, and I would have a toast with them. Let's practice. So, if it were New Year's, what would you do? Would you walk up to your friend or family member and have a toast with them? That's right. I would walk up to my friend or family member and I would have a toast with them. If it were New Year's Eve. This is also not correct.
So I'm just going to buy this. This is a beautiful headband that will combine with my dress.
I cannot say this is a beautiful headband that will combine with my dress. I cannot use the verb combine in this case. I can say go with. This is a beautiful headband that will go with my dress, not combine. You can also say go well with. The word well is optional, so you can say go with or go well with. And it means that they look good together. So you can say this is a beautiful headband that will go with my dress, or this is a beautiful headband that will go well with my dress. You can also use the verb match. Match my dress. When you use the verb match, there's no preposition with. You cannot say match with, only match. I can say this is a beautiful headband that will match my dress. What does it mean? It means they're the same color. So use match if they're the same color. And use go with or go well with if they just look good together. Example, her blouse goes well with her skirt. They're not the same color, but they look good together. So I can say go with or go well with. Her blouse goes with her skirt. Or I can say her blouse goes well with her skirt. Let's practice. Does her blouse go with her skirt? That's right. Her blouse goes with her skirt. Does her blouse go well with her skirt? That's right. Her blouse goes well with her skirt. Now let's practice with match. Her shoes match her skirt. They're the same color, so I use the verb match. And remember, there's no preposition with, just the verb match. Her shoes match her skirt. What if I start with skirt and I say her skirt? Then I have to change the verb and say matches because skirt is singular. Her skirt matches her shoes. They're the same color. Let's practice. Do her shoes match her skirt? That's right. Her shoes match her skirt. Does her skirt match her shoes? That's right. Her skirt matches her shoes. So remember, when you talk about clothes, you can say go with, you can say go well with, and you can say match. But don't say combine. We don't say that in English. This is also not correct.
I would say cheers. I would tap the glass next to their glass.
We cannot say I would tap my glass next to their glass. Next to is used to express position. The glass is next to the other glass. My glass is next to their glass. Position. But if I use the verb tap, I have to use a different preposition. We use the preposition against. I would tap my glass against their glass. Not next to. Against. So when you have a toast, you tap your glass against their glass. And you say cheers. Let's practice. What do you do when you have a toast? Do you tap your glass against their glass and say cheers? That's right. You tap your glass against their glass and you say cheers. That's how you have a toast. This is also not correct.
And this is just a joyful expression to say during the new year. Cheers.
It's just a joyful expression to say during the new year. During the new year? If I say during the new year, I'm talking about the whole year. During the year, during the new year. But we don't say cheers during the new year. We say it on New Year's Eve. on that one night. So I can say it's just a joyful expression to say on New Year's Eve. Or I can say it's just a joyful expression to ring in the new year. We have that expression too, to ring in the new year. That's what you do at midnight. I say cheers, and I say Happy New Year on New Year's Eve. I say Happy New Year to ring in the new year, not during the new year. Let's practice. What do you say on New Year's Eve? Very good. What do you say to ring in the new year? Very good. This is also not correct.
Before ending this video, I'm going to teach you all what is a New Year's resolution.
You cannot say, I'm going to teach you what is a New Year's resolution. What is a New Year's resolution is a direct question. But if you say, I'm going to teach you, we have to change the structure. We have to use a positive structure. So it's correct to say, I'm going to teach you what a New Year's resolution is. I put is after. Or if I ask the question, do you know? I have to use a positive structure. Do you know what a New Year's resolution is? And you can answer positive and say, yes, I know what a New Year's resolution is, with a positive structure. Or if you say, no, I don't know what a New Year's resolution is. Again, use a positive structure, not a question structure. If I say, what is, that's a question structure for a direct question. But these are not direct questions. Let's practice. Do you know what a New Year's resolution is? Very good. This is also not correct.
A New Year's resolution is the promise we make for ourselves for the new year.
I cannot say a New Year's resolution is a promise we make for ourselves on New Year's. If I talk about promise and I use promise as a noun, we don't use the preposition for. We use a different preposition. We use the preposition to. So it's correct to say a New Year's resolution is a promise we make to ourselves on New Year's. You make a promise to somebody, not for somebody. Example, when I make a promise to somebody, I try to keep it. Let's practice. When you make a promise to somebody, do you keep it? Do you try to keep it? That's right. When I make a promise to somebody, I keep it, or I try to keep it. So remember, you make a promise to somebody, not for somebody. What about the verb promise? When we use the verb promise, there's no preposition. Example, I promise you that I will do it. There's no preposition with the verb. But the noun, if you make a promise, use the preposition to. You make a promise to somebody. This is also not correct.
So if you're working a lot and you're always busy, you can place and set some time to spend time with your family.
You can place and set some time to spend time with your family is not correct. First, the verb place and set we cannot use for time. You don't place some time. You cannot set some time. We have a phrasal verb. The phrasal verb is set aside. Set aside? You hear the T change to a fast D. Set aside. You set aside some time. You don't place time. You don't set time. You set aside some time. And it's a separable phrasal verb. So I can say, you set aside some time, or you set some time aside. Whichever is easier. They're both correct. So let's change it. You can set aside some time to spend time with your family. There's a little problem here. It sounds redundant. Redundant. What is redundant? It means to do or say something more than what is necessary. And we see the word time twice, 2 times. It sounds redundant. So let's eliminate the word time, the second one, and say, you can set aside some time to spend with your family. That's the best way to say it. So that's a good New Year's resolution. In the new year, I'm going to set aside some time to spend with my family. Let's practice. What about you? Are you going to set aside some time to spend with your family? Very good. This is not correct.
And another thing you may need besides sunscreen are sunglasses.
I cannot say another thing you may need besides sunscreen are sunglasses. We cannot use are in this case. I know what you're thinking. Sunglasses. It's plural. You should use are. But the verb does not depend on the object. It depends on the subject. So if I say another thing you may need, thing is the subject, and it's singular. So we have to use the verb is. So it's correct to say another thing you may need besides sunscreen is sunglasses. We have to use is in the sentence because the subject is singular. So another thing you might need is sunglasses. The idea? You might need a lot of things. And another thing you might need is sunglasses. Let's practice. What's another thing you might need? That's right. Another thing you might need is sunglasses. This is also not correct.
And if you're a man, you will use these. These are swimming trunks.
I cannot say if you're a man, you will use these. These are swimming trunks. We don't use the verb use when we talk about clothes. We use a different verb. We use wear. So it's correct to say if you're a man, you will wear these. These are swimming trunks. So remember, we don't use our clothes, we wear our clothes. I cannot say I'm using the sweater. I'm wearing the sweater. So I'm wearing a sweater. What are you wearing? Very good. Also, don't say this.
We have some staplers that you can use for wood. These are way different from the ones in your school. These will be more tactable to the wood panels.
She said it's tactable. But what is tactable? I cannot find this word in any dictionary. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it is. So don't use the word tactable. I'm not sure if it exists. This is also not correct.
So as you can see, we have our wrench set that you can use to wrench in things.
These are wrenches, but I cannot wrench in anything. There's no phrasal verb wrench in. There's a verb wrench, but it means something different. If I'm talking about these wrenches, use the verb turn. You turn bolts and you turn nuts with wrenches. Or you can use the verb tighten. You tighten bolts. You tighten nuts with a wrench. Or I can use the verb loosen to make it loose. You can loosen a bolt or you can loosen a nut with a wrench. But there's no phrasal verb wrench in. It doesn't exist. This is also not correct.
So this is a hammer that you hammer nails into pieces of wood or other things. And this is a mallet. So similar use, similar thing to a hammer, but it's called differently. Hammer, mallet.
I cannot say it's called differently. I cannot use the adverb differently with the verb call in this case when you're giving the name of something. So if you have something with two different names, we say it's called something different or it's called something else. Don't say it's called differently. It's not correct. Example, these are called reading glasses, and these are called something else. These are called something different. These are called sunglasses. Let's practice. Are these called something else? Are these called something different? That's right. These are called something else. These are called something different. I cannot say these are called differently. This is also not correct.
This is a rug and it's really soft and it's different from a carpet because it's just only one big rectangle, whereas a carpet will take over your whole entire floor of your house.
I cannot say the carpet will take over your whole entire floor. We don't use the phrasal verb take over. We use the verb cover. The carpet will cover your whole entire floor. And you don't have to say whole entire. They mean the same thing. So the carpet will cover your whole floor. That's how it's different from a rug. A rug will not cover your whole floor. So let's practice. Will the carpet cover your whole floor? That's right. The carpet will cover your whole floor. What about the rug? Will the rug cover your whole floor? That's right. The rug will not cover your whole floor. So what is take over? What is the phrasal verb take over? It means to take control. Usually governments and countries, they take over. Or maybe companies. Someone can take over a company. It means to take control. Take total control. Take over. Carpets don't do that. Example, Elon Musk took over Twitter. I don't know why, but he did. Elon Musk took over Twitter. He took control of the company. He bought it. Let's practice. Did Elon Musk take over Twitter? That's right. Elon Musk took over Twitter, and he changed the name. This is not correct.
But first, you need to know the difference between a city and a downtown.
I cannot say the difference between a city and a downtown. Why not? Because downtown is not countable. I cannot say a downtown, one downtown or two downtowns. It's not a countable word. You can say a downtown area. So you can say the difference between a city and a downtown area, but not a downtown. Let's talk about downtown. It's an interesting word because it has different variations. For example, I can say the restaurant is downtown with no preposition. Or I can say the restaurant is in downtown. Both are correct. And if you use a verb with direction and movement like go, normally we say go to, but you don't have to. You can just say go downtown. We're going downtown to go shopping. And if you talk about the name of the city, you put it before the name of the city. For example, downtown Dallas, downtown Miami. We're going to downtown Miami. In that case, we use to. But if you just say downtown, you don't need to. We're going downtown. But never a downtown. Let's practice. Is this a downtown area? That's right. This is a downtown area. In this case, we can say because you have one area. Where is the restaurant? Is the restaurant downtown? That's right. The restaurant is downtown. Where are they going? Are they going downtown? That's right. They're going downtown. Is this downtown Miami or downtown Dallas? That's right. This is downtown Dallas. This is also not correct.
What is a cruise? A cruise is a large ship, and you will take a voyage or a journey on the sea.
I cannot say a cruise is a large ship. A cruise is not a large ship. A cruise is a ride. When you ride on a ship, that's a cruise. So you can use the verb take. We're going to take a cruise. Or you can use the phrasal verb go on. We're going to go on a cruise. It's the trip. It's not the ship. So what do you call the ship? The ship is called a cruise ship. Let's practice. Is this a cruise ship? That's right. This is a cruise ship. Are they going to take a cruise? That's right. They're going to take a cruise. Or I can use go on. Are they going to go on a cruise? That's right. They're going to go on a cruise. This is also not correct.
How do you call this appliance that would go inside your kitchen? Now, how do you call this thing where you listen to music?
I cannot say, how do you call this appliance? Or, how do you call this thing? In this situation, when we use the verb call, we cannot start the question with how. We have to start the question with what. So it's correct to say, what do you call this appliance? Or, what do you call this thing? We cannot say, how do you call in this situation. You can also use passive voice and say, what is it called? What is this thing called? And you answer, it's called an appliance. Or it's called a stove. Use passive voice for the answer. So, example, what do you call this appliance? And I answer, it's called a stove. Let's practice. What do you call this appliance? That's right, it's called a stove. So keep watching until the end of this video to practice more with the difference between how do you call and what do you call, and how to say it correctly. This is also not correct.
So this one right here is around $700, and it has buttons right here where you can control the heat.
I cannot say it has buttons right here where you can control the heat. The problem is they're not buttons. You don't push them. You push buttons. These are knobs. If you turn them, they're not buttons. You turn knobs. You turn the knob to control the heat. So it's correct to say it has knobs right here where you can control the heat. Because you turn them, we have to call them knobs. They're not buttons. You push buttons and you turn knobs. We see the word knob has a K, and the K is silent. Don't pronounce the K. Start with the N sound. Knob. One knob, two knobs. The stove has knobs, and you turn the knobs to control the heat. Let's practice. Does the stove have knobs? That's right, the stove has knobs. Do you turn the knobs to control the heat? That's right, you turn the knobs to control the heat. This is also not correct.
And if you would see that picture, it would look like you were right next to the thing you were taking a picture of.
I cannot say if you would see that picture, it would look like you were right next to the thing you were taking a picture of. That's a long sentence, but that's not really the problem. The problem is would. If you would see that picture, it would look like you were right next to the thing you were taking a picture of. After if in the sentence, I cannot say would. This structure is called second conditional, and after if, we have to use a past action. We cannot use would after if in this sentence. We have to say, if you saw. If you saw this picture, we have to use saw, the past of see. If you saw that picture, it would look like you were right next to the thing you were taking a picture of. Because it's an imaginary situation, it's not real, we use past after if to express the action that is not real. If you saw that picture. I cannot say if you would see that picture. Example. I cannot say if I would have a lot of money, I would buy a big house. Another imaginary situation. After if, we use the past verb. It's correct to say if I had. If I had a lot of money, I would buy a big house. Let's practice. If you had a lot of money, would you buy a big house or a small house? That's right. If I had a lot of money, I would buy a big house. Or example, if I were a millionaire, I would buy a big house. We use the past, were. Because it's not real, we have to use were for everybody. If I were, if he were, if she were, we're not supposed to use was. But if you make a mistake and you use was in the structure, it's okay. A lot of Americans do this too. So it's kind of acceptable now. But the rule says we're supposed to use were. It sounds better. If I were a millionaire, I would buy a big house. What about you? If you were a millionaire, would you buy a big house or a small house? Me too. If I were a millionaire, I would buy a big house. This is also not correct.
If you buy something, you will go to the checkout counter and check out your items.
I cannot say you will go to the checkout counter and check out your items. It's correct to use checkout as an adjective and say checkout counter. That's what it's called. It's called a checkout counter or the checkout counter. But I cannot say check out your items. We cannot use an object with this phrasal verb. You go to the checkout counter and you check out. You cannot use the object. You cannot say your items. You just say you go to the checkout counter and you check out. You can ask the person at the store, can I check out here? Sure, you can check out here. But you cannot say, can I check out my items here? There's no object with this phrasal verb. If you use an object, you have to say buy or pay for. I need to pay for my items. I need to buy my items. Or I just need to check out. Because if you say I need to check out my items, then it makes you think of another phrasal verb, check out, which means to look at something. Example, check out my new glasses. Check out. It means to look at something if you have an object. If I buy a new car, I could say, hey, come and check out my new car. That's a different idea. And that's why when you say check out to mean buy your items or pay for your items, do not use an object. Just say I need to check out where can I check out? But if you buy a new car and you want your friends to look at your new car, you say, come outside and check out my new car. That's different. That's when we use check out plus an object to look at something. So examples. You check out at the checkout counter, but you don't check out your items. You just check out. Again, you can check out at the checkout counter. Let's practice. Can you check out at the checkout counter? That's right, you can check out at the checkout counter. Example with checkout plus an object, meaning to look at. I just bought a new car. Do you want to check out my new car? And you say, sure, I'd love to check out your new car. Let's practice. I just bought a new car. Do you want to go check out my new car? Very good. So remember, keep watching to practice more with the difference between how do you call and what do you call. Remember, we don't say how do you call. Keep watching to practice more. First, this is not correct.
This slushie and this popcorn is delicious. Talking about popcorn, how do you guys call popcorn in your country?
It's not correct to say, how do you guys call popcorn? And this is also not correct.
Oh yeah, they can even proofread your essay. How's the app called? I want to check it out. Hi, native. Oh, wow.
It's not correct to say, how's the app called? And here's another teaching video with the title, Here's How We Call Each Finger. But it's not correct to say, here's how we call each finger. As you can see, this is a very common mistake made by non-native speakers. So how do we say it correctly? Well, if you want to know the name of something, it's not correct to say, how do you call it? We have to use the question word what. We have to say, what do you call it? We cannot use the question word how in this case.
What do you call that?
What do you call that?
What do you call it? Jen?
What do you call it? That hat, what do you call it?
What do you call it when the assassins accuse the assassin?
I'm trying to, what do you call it?
What do you call it? A fixation, psychosis? Have you thought of that?
What do you call that, a goose?
She gave it all up to live with a bunch of women and, what do you call it? A sorority. What do you call it, though? A success?
The fact that you're here and doing as well as you're doing gives me, what do you call it, a motivation? Huh? To stay alive?
So let's look at the question and the answer. The question is, what do you call it? Or I can use passive voice and say, what is it called? I can also make the contraction, what's, and say, what's it called?
Oh, this one's good. What's it called again?
What's it called again?
What is it called? They even got a whole... what is it called?
So that marbles thing that you were so very smart about, what is it called again?
What is it called? The cross-country classic?
Rita, please continue your restoration using Norman's, what is it called again?
What's it called again? Shake Shack?
When you answer this question, we have to answer with passive voice. It's called.
Exactly. It's called first jumping.
It's delicious. It's called a Malaga cooler.
It's called a gravity drive.
It's called the knockout mechanism.
It's called the masses.
It's called a sandwalk.
Yes, they do, and horses and pigs and goats and sheep. It's called animal husbandry.
It's called a rock blanket.
Or if I have something in my hand, I say this. What do you call this? Or I could use passive voice and say, what is this called? And the answer, it's called a plush toy. This is called a plush toy. Let's practice. What do you call this? That's right. This is called a plush toy. Now let's practice the question. Ask me the question. Very good. This is called a plush toy. What if you have two? For example, scissors. Question. What do you call these? These are called scissors. Or I can ask the question, what are these called? Or what are they called? They are called scissors. Let's practice. What are these called? That's right. These are called scissors. Now ask me the question. They're called scissors. Very good. So when can we use the question word how? We can use how with questions like, how do you pronounce? How do you say? And how do you spell? With these verbs, we use the question word how.
How do you pronounce that one?
How do you pronounce your name?
How do you pronounce this?
We were curious. How do you pronounce it?
Now, how do you pronounce your name?
Example, how do you pronounce your last name? I answer, it's pronounced Liddell. Let's practice. How do you pronounce your last name? Very good. And with the question, how do you spell your last name? I answer, it's spelled Liddell.
Hey, Ann, how do you spell freckles?
How do you spell zucchini?
So how you spell all these words anyway?
How do you spell buter, by the way?
Peace. How do you spell that?
Okay, and how do you spell that?
T-R-O-Y.
Hey, Josie, how do you spell ugly?
How do you spell that?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Let's practice. How do you spell your last name? Very good. Let's practice with how do you say.
I'm not so young anymore, and how do you say a little incontinent?
How do you say no? Oh my gosh.
I know. How do you say that in Espanol?
How do you say that in French?
How do you say that you're a loving person with this on my face, you know?
How do you say that?
How do you say this in your native language? Very good. Let's also look at the difference between a direct question and an indirect question. If I say, what do you call it? That's a direct question. But if I say, do you know? I have to change the structure. Do you know what it's called? I cannot say, do you know what is it called? I cannot use a question structure. I have to use a positive structure after do you know. Do you know what it's called?
I know what it's called.
I don't know what it's called.
You know what it's called?
What?
New tweeter ends.
Oh, I know what it's called, but you can't do this.
I know what it's called.
Let's practice. Do you know what it's called? That's right. I know what it's called. Ask me the question. Yes, I know what it's called. It's called a plush toy. Very good. Now let's practice the negative answer. Do you know what it's called? I don't know what it's called. Do you know what it's called? That's right. I don't know what it's called either. Very good. Keep watching to learn to avoid another common mistake with the verb call. Today we're talking about an important mistake to avoid using the verb call. I can say, what do they call him? They call him a troublemaker. But I cannot say, how do they call him? When using call, you make the question with a what. What do they call him? And also, when you use call, don't use like. They call him like that. No like when you use the verb call. So, I say, why do they call him that? Not, why do they call him like that? Why do they call him that? They call him that because he causes problems. They call him a troublemaker because he causes problems. So again, with the verb call, do not use like. You cannot say they call him like that. You say, they call him that. Question, why do they call him that? They call him that because he causes problems. He makes trouble. That's why they call him that. Let's practice. What do they call him? That's right, they call him a troublemaker. Why do they call him that? That's right, they call him that because he causes problems. He makes trouble. That's why they call him that. So remember, when using call, use the question word what, never how, and don't put the action call with like. You cannot use the two words together, call and like. You can say speak like that and talk like that, but you cannot say call him like that. It's call him that. A common mistake I've heard from my students is this, the way how I like it. Example, they cook the food the way how I like it is not correct. We cannot put the way and how together. We have to eliminate one. So you can say they cook the food the way I like it, or you can say they cook the food how I like it. But you cannot say they cook the food the way how I like it together. You cannot use the way and how together because they mean basically the same thing. For emphasis, you can use exactly or just. Example, they cook it just the way I like it. Let's practice. Do they cook the food just the way you like it? That's right, they cook it just the way I like it. Example, she's a good cook, so I can say, I like the way she cooks. Or I can say, I like how she cooks. But I cannot say, I like the way how she cooks. I cannot use the way and how together. I have to eliminate one. So I say, I like the way she cooks. Let's practice. Do you like the way she cooks? Very good. I like the way she cooks too. So remember, you cannot say the way how. You cannot say the way how I like it. You cannot use the way and how together. You have to eliminate one and use just one. The way or how. Today we're looking at the pronunciation of the word elaborate. Or is it elaborate? Let's take a closer look. We pronounce the word elaborate with the long A sound when it's a verb. The pronunciation, elaborate. Elaborate. The stress is on the second syllable. Elaborate. B-O-R is pronounced burr, not bore, elabor, but burr, elabor, elaborate. Elaborate is the verb. It means to talk in more detail. To explain with a lot of detail is to elaborate. It's most commonly used as a question. Example, could you elaborate on that? Could you tell me more details about that? Example, could you elaborate on your plan to develop the project? Example, he needs to elaborate on his plan to develop the project. Let's practice. Does he need to elaborate on his plan to develop the project? Very good. That's right. He needs to elaborate on his plan to develop the project. He needs to talk more about it, to explain in more detail. Remember, when you say elaborate, the connector is on. Elaborate on that. Could you elaborate on that? We don't say elaborate about. We say on. Could you elaborate on that? If I use this word as an adjective, the pronunciation changes. If it's not a verb, it's elaborate. Making a short sound. Elaborate describes something made with great detail, with a lot of detail. Example, this is an elaborate design. Elaborate is an adjective describing the design. So the pronunciation, elaborate. This is an elaborate design. It's a design with a lot of detail. Let's practice. Is she wearing an elaborate dress? That's right, she's wearing an elaborate dress. Does the dress have an elaborate design? That's right, the dress has an elaborate design. We can use elaborate to describe plans or preparations, many things. Example, Napoleon. Napoleon had an elaborate plan to conquer Europe. Let's practice. Did Napoleon have an elaborate plan to conquer Europe? That's right. Napoleon had an elaborate plan to conquer Europe. Example, some people like to put up elaborate decorations for Christmas. Let's practice. Did they put up elaborate decorations for Christmas? That's right. They put up elaborate decorations for Christmas. So remember, when you see this word, look closer. Sometimes it's pronounced elaborate, like a verb, and sometimes it's pronounced elaborate for an adjective. Separate. We pronounce A-T-E with a long A sound, ate. Separate. When it's a verb, we pronounce it separate. Example, I need to separate my laundry. And the reason we pronounce it ate in the verb separate is because that syllable is stressed. Separate. 3 syllables, we stress the first, separate. We stress the third, so we pronounce the long A sound, separate. When it's not a verb, we pronounce it separate. Separate with the it sound. Because when you say separate, the stress is on the first syllable only, and that syllable, ate, is not stressed. So we change the pronunciation to it. Separate. Separate is not a verb. Separate is an adjective, a description. Separate rooms. We stayed in separate rooms at the hotel. 2 different rooms, separate rooms. Let's practice. Do you separate the clothes when you do the laundry?
Yes, I separate the clothes when I do the laundry.
Do you separate the clothes when you do the laundry? Very good. Are they staying in separate rooms?
Yes, they're staying in separate rooms.
Are they staying in separate rooms? Very good. Our next example is estimate. Estimate is the pronunciation when it's a verb. Example, I need to estimate the cost of the job. With the long A, estimate. But if it's not a verb, estimate. I need to get an estimate for the job. An estimate, like a quote. An estimate is a noun. It's not a verb. It's a thing. It's a piece of paper with the price on it. Estimate, with the short sound. Estimate, I need to get an estimate for the job. I'll call that company. They give free estimates. Free estimates. Let's practice. Does she need to estimate the cost of the job?
Yes, she needs to estimate the cost of the job.
Does she need to estimate the cost of the job? Very good. Does the company give free estimates?
Yes, the company gives free estimates.
Does the company give free estimates? Very good. Next example is associate. Associate is a verb. If I talk to people and I have a relationship with people, then I associate with those people. I don't associate with criminals. I only associate with people I know. Again, I don't associate with criminals. I don't have a relationship with them. That's a verb, associate. Now, what if it's not a verb? Associate. It, making that short sound at the end, it. Associate. Associate is not a verb. An associate is a person. A person that works with a company. If the person works with a company, they are an associate. Example, the associates are having a meeting. The associates are having a meeting in the meeting room. Example, she's an associate. And he is an associate. So together, they are associates. The associates are having a meeting. Let's practice. Do you associate with criminals?
No, I don't associate with criminals.
Do you associate with criminals? That's good. Is she an associate?
Yes, she's an associate.
Is he an associate too?
Yes, he's an associate too.
Is she an associate? Is he an associate too? Very good. Example, graduate. Graduate is a verb, making the long A sound. Graduate. Graduate. They will graduate in spring. They will graduate from high school in May. The verb. What if it's not a verb? Graduate. Graduate is not a verb. Graduate is a person. He is a high school graduate. She is a college graduate. One person who graduated is a graduate. So they are high school graduates. Or maybe they are college graduates. Let's practice. Are they going to graduate in May or June?
They're going to graduate in May.
Are they going to graduate in May or June? Very good. Are they both college graduates?
Yes, they're both college graduates.
Are they both college graduates? Very good. Example, laminate. Laminate is a verb. To cover with plastic is laminate. My driver's license is laminated. They laminate your driver's license. Laminate is a verb with a long A sound. Laminate. But what if it's not a verb? Laminate. We make the short it sound. Laminate. Laminate is not a verb. It's an adjective. It describes what kind of flooring you have. What kind of floor? I have laminate flooring in my kitchen. I have laminate flooring in my kitchen. Laminate flooring. It's an adjective, so we use the short S sound. Laminate. Let's practice with laminate. Did they laminate your driver's license?
Yes, they laminated my driver's license.
Did they laminate her driver's license? Very good. Is he installing laminate flooring?
Yes, he's installing laminate flooring.
Is he installing laminate flooring? Very good. Our last example is moderate. Moderate is a verb. When you watch a debate, you have the two people and you have the person in the middle. The person in the middle is a moderator. And the action, the verb, is moderate. So she is the moderator of the debate. She is the moderator, so she moderates the debate. The verb is moderate. Now we see the same word, but this time it's not a verb. Moderate, with the short sound. Moderate. Moderate means in the middle. Not severe, not too much, not too high, not too low. In the middle. But it's not a verb, it's an adjective. So, he's having pain, but not too much pain, not too little pain. In the middle, he's having moderate pain. Let's practice. Is she going to moderate the debate?
Yes, she's gonna moderate the debate.
Is she going to moderate the debate? Very good. Is he having moderate pain or severe pain?
He's having moderate pain.
Is he having moderate pain or severe pain? Very good.
Thank you for watching.
Today we're looking at the pronunciation of the word elaborate. Or is it elaborate? Let's take a closer look. We pronounce the word elaborate with the long A sound when it's a verb. The pronunciation, elaborate. Elaborate. The stress is on the second syllable. Elaborate. B-O-R is pronounced burr, not bore, elabor, but burr, elabor, elaborate. Elaborate is the verb. It means to talk in more detail. To explain with a lot of detail is to elaborate. It's most commonly used as a question. Example, could you elaborate on that? Could you tell me more details about that? Example, could you elaborate on your plan to develop the project? Example, he needs to elaborate on his plan to develop the project. Let's practice. Does he need to elaborate on his plan to develop the project? Very good. That's right. He needs to elaborate on his plan to develop the project. He needs to talk more about it, to explain in more detail. Remember, when you say elaborate, the connector is on. Elaborate on that. Could you elaborate on that? We don't say elaborate about. We say on. Could you elaborate on that? If I use this word as an adjective, the pronunciation changes. If it's not a verb, it's elaborate. Making a short sound. Elaborate describes something made with great detail, with a lot of detail. Example, this is an elaborate design. Elaborate is an adjective describing the design. So the pronunciation, elaborate. This is an elaborate design. It's a design with a lot of detail. Let's practice. Is she wearing an elaborate dress? That's right, she's wearing an elaborate dress. Does the dress have an elaborate design? That's right, the dress has an elaborate design. We can use elaborate to describe plans or preparations, many things. Example, Napoleon. Napoleon had an elaborate plan to conquer Europe. Let's practice. Did Napoleon have an elaborate plan to conquer Europe? That's right. Napoleon had an elaborate plan to conquer Europe. Example, some people like to put up elaborate decorations for Christmas. Let's practice. Did they put up elaborate decorations for Christmas? That's right. They put up elaborate decorations for Christmas. So remember, when you see this word, look closer. Sometimes it's pronounced elaborate, like a verb, and sometimes it's pronounced elaborate for an adjective. We saw in a previous video the pronunciation of these words, or they can be pronounced like a if they're a verb, like separate is a verb. But if it's not a verb, we pronounce it separate. Today we're going to practice with these important words that end with ate but are never verbs, so they're always pronounced with the it, short et sound. Like private, certificate, chocolate, corporate, and immediate. Let's take a closer look at the pronunciation. Our first word is private. Only for some people, not for everybody. It's private. We see we don't say private, we pronounce it private. Let's take a closer look at the pronunciation. Private. P. Per. I. Pry. V. Prive. Prive. T. Private. Private. Use a stop T, not private. 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 He has a private jet. So this is not a commercial flight. This is not a commercial plane. It's a private plane. It's a private jet. One person owns the airplane, so it's a private jet. Let's practice. Do you have a private jet?
No, I don't have a private jet.
Does he have a private jet?
Yes, he has a private jet.
Does she have a private jet? Does he have a private jet? Very good. Our next word is certificate. We don't say certificate, we say certificate, making the short et sound because it's not a verb. Certificate. He got a certificate. He received a certificate of completion. Let's look at the pronunciation. Certificate. S. Sir. T. Cert. I. Certi. F. Certif. Certifa. Certifa. K. Certific. Certific. Certifica. Certifica. T. Certificate. 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 Not certificate, but certificate. 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 4 syllables. Stress the second syllable. Certificate. 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 He got a certificate of completion. Example, he got a certificate. He received a certificate of completion after finishing the class. Let's practice. Did you finish the class?
Yes, I finished the class.
Did you get a certificate of completion?
Yes, I got a certificate of completion.
Did she finish the class? Did she get a certificate of completion? Very good. Example, chocolate. That's right, we don't say chocolate because it's not a verb. It's always with the short et. Chocolate. Let's take a look at the pronunciation. Chocolate. Ch. Aw, chaw. K, chalk. L, chocolate. 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 T, chocolate. Chocolate. Stop T. chocolate. Chocolate. Remember, 2 syllables. Chocolate. Not chocolate, not 3, 2. Chocolate. Stress is on the first syllable. Chocolate. Chocolate. It's not good to eat a lot of chocolate. It has too much sugar. I eat chocolate sometimes, not every day. Let's practice. Do you eat chocolate every day?
No, I don't eat chocolate every day.
Why not?
Because it has a lot of sugar.
Does she eat chocolate every day? Why not? Do you eat chocolate every day? Very good. Example, corporate. That's right, it's not corporate because it's not a verb. It's never a verb. It's always pronounced with the short it sound. Corporate. Let's take a look at the pronunciation. Corporate. K. Or, core. P. Corp. Corp. Corpor. Corpor. Corpora. Corpora. T. Corporate. Stop T. Corporate. 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 2 syllables, not 3. Not corporate, 2. Corporate. Corporate. Stress on the first syllable. Corporate. Corporate. He works in the corporate office. These are the corporate offices. The offices for the corporation. Adjective, corporate. This is the corporate office. Let's practice. Is the corporate office in this city?
Yes, the corporate office is in this city.
Is the corporate office in this city? Very good. Example, immediate. That's right, it's not a verb, so it's always pronounced with the short it. Immediate. Immediate. Let's look at the pronunciation. Immediate. Im. E. Imme. Imme. Immede. E. Immedi. Immedi. Immedia. Immedia. T. Immediate. Stop T. Immediate. Not immediate, but immediate. Link these sounds. Immediate. Yeah. Link those sounds. Immediate. Yeah. Immediate. Immediate. 4 syllables. Stress on the second syllable. Immediate. 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 He needs immediate medical attention. Example. He was in a car accident and he's injured. He needs immediate medical attention. He needs immediate medical attention right now. Let's practice. Is he injured?
Yes, he's injured.
Does he need immediate medical attention?
Yes, he needs immediate medical attention.
Is he injured? Does he need immediate medical attention? Very good. Or I can say immediately. Same pronunciation, the short et. Immediately. Immediately. Now the li changes to describe an action, to describe a verb, so this is an adverb. Immediately. Let's look at the pronunciation. Immediately. I. Imme. D. Immede. E. Immedi. Immediate. T. Immediate. Stop T. Immediate. Immediate. Immediately. Immediately. 5 syllables. Immediately. Stress on the second syllable. Immediately. 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 He went to the hospital immediately after the accident. Example. He went to the hospital. He went to the hospital immediately after the accident. Immediately. Let's practice. Did he go to the hospital immediately after the accident?
Yes, he went to the hospital immediately after the accident.
Did he go to the hospital immediately after the accident? Very good. Today we're practicing the pronunciation of some important words. The pronunciation is it, not ate, because they're not verbs. Examples: desperate, consulate, immaculate, illiterate, considerate, and inconsiderate. Let's take a closer look. Desperate. Desperate is an adjective. It's a description. Example: he has no money. He needs money very badly. So he is desperate for money. Desperate. Let's look at the pronunciation. Pronunciation for desperate. D. E. De. S. Des. P. Desp. R. Despre. Despre. T. Desperate. 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 2 syllables. The stress is on the first syllable. Desperate. Not 3 syllables, desperate, but 2 syllables. Desperate. And the T at the end is a stop T. Desperate. Not desperate, but desperate. Desperate. He is desperate for money. Desperate. Let's practice. Is he desperate for money? That's right. He's desperate for money. Next word is consulate. A consulate is a building. It's a government office. It's similar to an embassy. Consulate. He needs to go to the consulate to do his paperwork. He needs to go to the consulate to do his paperwork. Let's look at the pronunciation. Pronunciation: consulate. K. A. Ka. M. Con. S. Cons. Cons. O. Console. Consul. T. Consulate. 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 3 syllables. The stress is on the first syllable. Consulate. Consulate. Also finish with a stop T. Consulate. Not consulate, but stop T. Consulate. Consulate. He's going to the consulate to do his paperwork. Consulate. Let's practice. Does he need to go to the consulate to do his paperwork? That's right. He needs to go to the consulate to do his paperwork. Next word, immaculate. Immaculate. Very, very clean. Not touched by anybody. Extremely clean. The room looks immaculate. It's completely clean. Let's look at the pronunciation. Pronunciation: immaculate. I. Im. A. Imma. K. Immac. Y. Immaculate. 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 O. Immaculate. 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 T. Immaculate. Immaculate. Again, finish with the stop T. Immaculate. Immaculate. 4 syllables. The stress is on the second syllable. Immaculate. Immaculate. Mac. Stress is on Mac. Immaculate. Immaculate. Completely clean. Immaculate. The room looks immaculate. Immaculate. Let's practice. How does the room look? Does the room look immaculate? That's right. The room looks immaculate. Illiterate. Illiterate is an adjective. It's a description. It's describing a person who cannot read. If somebody cannot read, the person is illiterate. Let's look at the pronunciation. Pronunciation, illiterate. I. Ill. I. Illi. D. Illid. Illid. That's right, the T is pronounced with a D between vowels. Pronounce D. Illid. Illiter. 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 Illitera. Illitera. Illiterate. Illiterate. Stop T at the end. Illiterate. 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 4 syllables. Stress on the second syllable. Illiterate. Stress on lid. Illiterate. Illiterate. He cannot read. He is illiterate. Illiterate. Let's practice. He cannot read. Is he illiterate? That's right. He is illiterate. Next we have considerate. Considerate is an adjective, a description. It describes a person who thinks about other people. If you think about other people and what they feel, then you are considerate. He uses his cell phone in the movie theater, so he does not think about other people and how they feel. He is not considerate. He is not considerate. Let's look at the pronunciation. Pronunciation, considerate. K. K. Con. S. Cons. I. Consid. D. Consid. Consider. 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 Considerate. 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 4 syllables. The stress is on the second syllable. Considerate. 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 He thinks about other people. He thinks about other people's feelings. He is very considerate. Let's practice. Is he considerate of others? That's right. He is not considerate of others. So, if he is not considerate, he is inconsiderate. He's using his cell phone in the movie theater. He is inconsiderate. He's very inconsiderate. Pronunciation, inconsiderate. I. In. K. Ink. Inca. Incon. S. Incons. I. Inconsid. D. Inconsid. Inconsider. 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 Inconsiderate. 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 With a stop T, inconsiderate. 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 5 syllables. Inconsiderate. Stress on the first syllable and third syllable. Inconsiderate. Inconsiderate. He is not thinking about other people. He is very inconsiderate. Inconsiderate. Let's practice. He's using his cell phone in the movie theater. Is he inconsiderate? That's right, he's very inconsiderate. So remember these important words. They are not verbs, so they are not pronounced ate, but they are pronounced it. Remember, desperate, consulate, immaculate, illiterate, considerate, and inconsiderate. We're going to continue looking at the pronunciation of ate at the end of a word. If it's a verb, we pronounce it ate, like separate. But if it's not a verb, we pronounce it, like separate. The words we're looking at today are not verbs, so they're all pronounced with the et sound. Words like intermediate, adequate, legitimate, accurate, and approximate. Our first example is intermediate. We notice that the T is silent. We don't say intermediate, we say intermediate. And the AT at the end is pronounced et. There's no ate sound, it's short et, intermediate. And it's a stop T. Not intermediate, but intermediate. Intermediate, in the middle. Not a beginner, and not advanced. Intermediate level. Most of my students are in the intermediate level. They're intermediate students. Next example is adequate. Not great, but enough. The lunches at the school, they're not great, but they're enough. They're just adequate. They're not extra special. Our next word is legitimate. We notice that the T is pronounced with a fast D sound. Not legitimate, but legitimate. And a stop T at the end. Legitimate. Legitimate means accepted by the law. If it is accepted by the law, it is legitimate. Selling watches on the street is not a legitimate business. Our next word is accurate. Accurate means precise, exact. When taking a measurement or measuring, you need to be accurate. He is always accurate when he measures. When he takes a measurement, he's very accurate. We use accurately when we describe a verb. We describe a verb with accurately. He is measuring the box. He is accurately measuring the box. Our last word is approximate. Approximate means not exact. Not exact, I'm guessing, approximate. Do you know your weight? I don't know my weight exactly, but I know my approximate weight. The next word is approximately. We use approximately to describe an action. The action take. It takes a long time to get there. Oh really, how long does it take to get there? It takes approximately an hour. Not exactly an hour, more or less an hour. Approximately. It takes approximately 1 hour to get there. So remember, when you see a word with ate at the end, and it's a longer word, it has two different pronunciations. If it's not a verb, it is pronounced et. Our examples today, intermediate, adequate, legitimate, accurate, and approximate. Let's practice. Are most of your students in the intermediate level?
Yes, most of them are in the intermediate level.
Are most of her students in the intermediate level? Very good. Let's practice. Are the school lunches great?
No, not really. They're just adequate.
Are the school lunches great or just adequate? Very good. Let's practice. Is selling things on the street a legitimate business?
No, it's not a legitimate business.
Is selling things on the street a legitimate business? Very good. Let's practice. Is he always accurate when he measures things?
Yes, he is always accurate when he measures things.
Is he always accurate when he measures things? Is it very important to be accurate when you measure things?
Yes, it's very important to be accurate when you measure things.
Is it very important to be accurate when you measure things? Very good. Is he measuring the box accurately?
Yes, he is measuring the box accurately.
Is he measuring the box accurately? Very good. Let's practice. Do you know your exact weight or your approximate weight?
I know my approximate weight. It's about 120.
Do you know your exact weight or your approximate weight? Very good. Let's practice. How long does it take to get there?
It takes approximately an hour to get there.
How long does it take to get there? Very good. Words that end with ate sometimes are pronounced ate and sometimes pronounced it. If it's a verb, it's pronounced ate. Example, separate. If it's not a verb, an adjective, for example, it's pronounced it, separate. We're going to practice some words that are not verbs, so they're all pronounced with the short it sound at the end. Let's take a look. We're going to practice words like passionate, compassionate, affectionate, template, pomegranate, appropriate, and inappropriate. Let's get started. Our first example is passionate. Passionate. The stress is on the first syllable, passionate. And the next two syllables are pronounced the same, passionate. Passionate means you're full of energy, full of emotion, especially for a romantic relationship. They are very passionate. They have a passionate relationship. Our next word is compassionate. We put the stress on the second syllable, compassionate. Compassionate means you feel sorry for other people. When someone is in pain, you feel bad for them. If they need money, you feel sorry and you give them money. Compassionate, you have feelings for others. And with compassionate, we use the connector towards. So he is compassionate towards others. He gives the homeless person money, so he is compassionate toward others. Our next word is affectionate. Affectionate is a description. It describes a person or a dog that shows their emotion. They show their love. The dog is showing the boy that the dog loves him. So the dog is affectionate. He is showing his love. The dog is very affectionate. Our next word is template. Now this word is pronounced template in America, but in England they say template. But we're teaching American English, so we pronounce it with the sound. Template. And it follows the rule that if it's not a verb, it's not pronounced a. It's pronounced template. So there are many templates to choose from. It's a format to fill out a form, usually on the computer. So they have many templates to choose from. Which template are you going to use? Our next one is a fruit, and the pronunciation is pomegranate. Pomegranate. Stress is on the first, pomegranate, and third syllable. Pomegranate. Pomegranate. It's a fruit. I love pomegranate in my salad. Our next word is appropriate. This word is difficult to pronounce because you have the per sound two times. Appropriate. So practice this one slowly. Appropriate. 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 It is appropriate. It is good for all viewers. Nothing offensive. Nothing that would offend anybody is appropriate. Appropriate clothes, appropriate music, appropriate movies. So Disney movies are usually appropriate for all ages. Our next word is inappropriate. Inappropriate. Stress is on the inappropriate, the first and third syllable. Inappropriate. Inappropriate. Inappropriate is not appropriate. I think zombie movies are inappropriate for children. This movie is inappropriate for children. So remember these words and how they're all pronounced with the sound at the end. Passionate, compassionate, affectionate, template, pomegranate, appropriate, and inappropriate. Let's practice passionate. Are they very passionate?
Yes, they're very passionate.
Are they in a passionate relationship?
Yeah, they're in a passionate relationship.
Are they very passionate? Are they in a passionate relationship? That's right, they're in a passionate relationship. Let's practice compassionate. Is he compassionate toward others?
Yes, he's compassionate towards others.
Is it important to be compassionate toward others?
Yes, it's very important to be compassionate towards others.
Is he compassionate toward others? That's right, he is compassionate toward others. Is it important to be compassionate toward others? That's right, it is important to be compassionate toward others. Very good. Let's practice affectionate. Is his dog very affectionate?
Yes, his dog is very affectionate.
Is his dog very affectionate? That's right, his dog is very affectionate. Let's practice template. Are there many templates to choose from?
Yeah, there are a lot of templates to choose from.
Are there a lot of templates to choose from? That's right, there are a lot of templates to choose from. Do you know which template you're going to choose?
No, I'm not sure what template I'm going to choose.
Does she know what template she's going to choose? That's right, she's not sure which template she's going to choose. Let's practice pomegranate. Do you like pomegranates?
Yeah, I like pomegranates.
How do you eat pomegranates?
I like them in salads.
Does she like pomegranates? How does she like to eat pomegranates? That's right, she likes to eat pomegranates in salads. Very good. Let's practice appropriate. Are Disney movies appropriate for all ages?
Yes, Disney movies are appropriate for all ages.
So this cartoon is appropriate for children?
Yes, it's appropriate for children.
Are Disney movies appropriate for all ages? That's right, Disney movies are appropriate for all ages. Is this cartoon appropriate for children? That's right, this cartoon is appropriate for children. Let's practice inappropriate. Do you think zombie movies are inappropriate for children?
Yes, I think they're very inappropriate for children.
Do you think zombie movies are inappropriate for children? Very good. Zombie movies are inappropriate for children. So do you think this movie is inappropriate for your children?
Yes, I think this movie is very inappropriate for my children.
Do you think this movie is inappropriate for your children? And do you think this movie is inappropriate for her children? That's right, this movie is inappropriate for her children. Very good. Today we're going to practice with the pronunciation of some tricky words, like this one. Is it duplicate or duplicate? Both pronunciations are correct. Let's take a closer look and find out why. With words ending in ate with multiple syllables, you can have two pronunciations. If it's a verb, we pronounce it with a long A. Duplicate. If it's a verb. If it's not a verb, we pronounce it with the short sound duplicate. So duplicate can be an adjective or duplicate can be a noun, but it's not a verb. That's the key. If it's not a verb, pronounce it it. If it is a verb, pronounce it ate. So duplicate is a verb. Example, they tried to duplicate the results of the experiment. They tried to duplicate, verb, duplicate. They tried to duplicate the results of the experiment. Example, he's making duplicate copies of the form. Duplicate is not a verb, so we pronounce it with a short sound. Duplicate. He's making duplicate copies of the form. Let's practice. Did they try to duplicate the results of the experiment? That's right, they tried to duplicate the results of the experiment. What is he doing? Is he making duplicate copies of the form? That's right, he's making duplicate copies of the form. We also have many words ending with ate that are multiple syllable that are never verbs, so they're always pronounced with the short sound it. Example, climate. We never say climate, it's always climate, climate. The climate in New York is very different from the climate in California. So, he's not used to the climate in New York. He's not used to the cold. He's still getting used to the climate. Let's practice. Is he still getting used to the cold climate? That's right. He's still getting used to the cold climate. Example, delicate, using the short sound, delicate. Example, I always wash my delicate clothes by hand. What about you? Do you wash your delicate clothes by hand? That's right, I always wash my delicate clothes by hand. Example, candidate. I've heard Americans say candidate, but it doesn't sound right and it doesn't follow the rule, so pronounce it candidate. It sounds better. Example, did they choose the right candidate? Yes, they chose the right candidate. Let's practice. Did they choose the right candidate? That's right, they chose the right candidate. Next we have fortunate. We use the short sound, fortunate, because it's not a verb. Also with this word, we have tu. Tu in the middle of the word is pronounced ch, and not for chu, but for che, fortune, fortunate, fortunate. Similar to lucky. He has a large family. He's fortunate to have a large family. What do you think? Is he fortunate to have a large family? That's right, he's very fortunate to have a large family. Or if I put ly at the end, I have fortunately. Fortunately. Fortunately describes a verb. So, example, they had a car accident. They had a bad car accident, but fortunately no one was injured. Let's practice. Did they have a car accident? Was anyone injured? That's right. Fortunately, no one was injured. And if something is not lucky, it's unfortunate. Example, he lost his wallet. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's practice. What happened? Did he lose his wallet? What do you think? Is that unfortunate? Very good. And I use ly to describe a verb. Unfortunately. Pronunciation, unfortunately. So what happened? She got paid today. It's Friday. But unfortunately, she lost her wallet. So what happened? Did she get paid today? Does she have the money? That's right. Unfortunately, she lost her wallet. So remember, when you see a word ending with ate and it's a multiple syllable, you have to look closely to know the pronunciation. If it's a verb, pronounce it with the long a, like duplicate. If it's not a verb, pronounce it with the short sound, duplicate. If you like this video, watch another one and tell a friend. We'll see you next time.